Okay, it's live streamed.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to go ahead and call our May 12, 2022 Continuing Education Review Committee of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners to order. I just want to give a few reminders. First one is, if you're listening to the meeting on a secondary device, please mute it until it is your turn to speak. Please say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. And I will announce the names of the board members when addressing them and on first and second motion.
And can you please give the time?
Sure. The time is 9:60. Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and read the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. It is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. Ms. Nichols, would you please call the roll and confirm that there's a quorum?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Margot Melcher,
Present.
Dr. George Kirsch,
Present.
Dr. Linda Burke,
Present.
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Present.
and Dr. David Yu.
Present.
You have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, first item is committee recommendation and possible action on 22 Texas Administrative Code 104.2, continuing education providers. Ms. Judd, would you lead us in discussion on this, please?
So in April 2011, the board approved a request from Dental Risk Solutions LLC to become an approved CE provider. The request and board approval letter is in your materials. However, the board has an amended Rule 104.2 to reflect this approval. So also included in your materials is staff's proposed amendment to Rule 104.2, which adds Dental Risk Solutions LLC as a board approved continuing education course provider.
Okay. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, so it was approved, but we never filed it. And so, okay,
It was approved, but we never updated the rule.
updated the rule. So,
And staff has been.
so it's fine. And he's been doing the CEs and all that. Yeah, I read
We've
all
been
that.
approving them.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Any for any other
Any other discussion?
action items or discussion?
Well, is now an appropriate time to just discuss in general, I mean, this rule. And I don't want to muddy the waters or anything, but something
But you are.
I am. Well, something I was thinking about, something I thought we might want to consider possibly for future is maybe, and I don't know if this is crazy, but having all CE providers maybe every 5 years or every 10 years and reapply, because everything changes so much from just year to year that I think it kind of gets antiquated if we just say, once you're approved forever.
Mhm.
And so I don't know if that's something we might want to consider for future. And I don't mean to make more work for everyone. I just think it might help.
I like that idea.
I do too.
Yeah, that's, actually, that was something right before that I had just mentioned, some goals and stuff. That might be something to do with some guidelines, maybe that we do a criteria.
Well, because some of them might not even exist. You guys want to talk?
Dr. Yu?
Well, so how would that reapplication look like? I mean, would they have to resubmit their course objectives and, you know, their sort of lecture and just kind of see to the board, and the board will review it and determine if it's, you know, meets our standards?
I think maybe an application, and then I also thought, I guess it's the academic part in me, doing like a report. You know, do they have to do a report, say at the end of 3 to 5 years, something like that, that lists, you know, these are the amount of presentations that I've done throughout this term. Maybe the location areas. I mean, it could be drafted up in many ways, I'm sure, or do we just do the application? But I think for me, I'd sort of like to know, like, where are they giving these presentations? And, you know, are they being successful, you know? Dr. Yu?
Yeah, and I see the point, because like AADB, their ACE program, they certify, you know, courses, not the course provider, you know, but the board certifies the course provider. So they could teach underwater basket weaving, or, you know, kneecap breakage, and just, you know, it could be anything, and we'll accept it. So, you know, I know there has to be some oversight as far as what content is being taught. Not sure how to do it, but I'd like to hear from Dr. Waller while he's here. Is that okay?
Okay, Dr. Waller, would you like to come up and get in on the discussion with us?
No, I think it's a good idea. I think it should be, especially older providers like me. I would check it older one like me, perhaps every 6 months to be sure I'm still alive. I think that's a good idea. I've been doing risk management I've been a lawyer for almost 33 years, and I was active in it when I was a dentist before that. Part of my background, 15, 20 years ago, I was on a select advisory committee for a major insurance company, and we were dealing with risk issues, risk stratification, and risk minimization, coupled with the underwriting folks. And it was an eye opener for me. And I was the only attorney on that 12-member committee, and I learned a lot, and I think I provided a lot of input to the committee. I brought that back to Texas and incorporated it in stuff I did here. My organization is a little different from some of the other 25 people in 1042. I bring to the table perhaps a group of institutional knowledge from not just one or two professions. I'm talking about being a dentist and an attorney, but as an attorney, I'm a litigation attorney. I'm a trial attorney. I try med mal cases all over the state, and I've done over 1,000 board cases, probably 2/3 of the healthcare oversight agency. So I don't just talk about black letter law. When I do a talk, I talk about what's going to happen to you. Well, you're going to lose your license to get their attention. No, I don't tell them that. But we walk through the steps of how you got here, how we're going to defend it, and how, most important, we can keep from ever having it happen again. And I know you folks that I feel a little lonely today, like somebody should be sitting here. I used to. Maybe I should sit there. I'm the one talking. We base it on hands-on stuff and stuff we've done before. I don't think any of the other 25 or so organizations quite have that skill set to bring to the table. I think it's needed. I can get that.
No. We already know who she is.
But I had an organization, Dental Risk Solutions, LLC, petitioned the board around 2011. The board was kind enough to grant CE provider status. And the letter said they would, when they updated their 22 graphic. And I never look at that. I mean, I get much of my work from insurance companies, and I've never scrambled for business. And people know me as a known entity in two industries. So I looked at it and I thought, well, I wonder why we're not on there. So I emailed the board and said, oh, well, yeah, I'm sure it was an inadvertent oversight. And I'd frankly never been up for one of your committee meetings and was kind of anxious to see. And hopefully you would see that I am still active, still alive, and I'm still a local participant in the risk management message. I would very much appreciate though if we could get included on the 22 graphic.
So your feeling, Dr. Waller, is that it is a good idea for, for a provider to reapply.
I don't know if they need to reapply because that's going to be a lot of paperwork for the large.
Maybe just every 5 years, give an update of what they're doing.
I think maybe an updated form or something like that.
Yeah.
Is the business still viable?
And are you still relevant?
You're right.
Because
Right.
things change.
Yeah,
Well, they do.
Right.
renew, like kind of renew.
Exactly. Right, exactly.
Yeah, I like that idea, but are we
Yeah.
focused on individual, like Dr. Shepherd and the dental risk solutions? Or are we looking at also SERP and CODA or ACE or PACE or whatever, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, there's no reason for them to, but are we just talking about individual providers that the board accepts?
I think I sort of feel if we're gonna do it for an individual, we just need to do it across the board.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's kind of what our rule says, that we're required to annually review the providers.
Oh, annual.
There is an annual review requirement. The
Oh.
board just hasn't been doing it. So,
It's already there.
yeah, yeah, which was, correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you who've been here longer, than me, that was why the CE review committee was really initially
Right.
created,
Yeah.
was to do the review.
Well, one thing I was thinking is kind of simplify the process because it puts some of the responsibility back
Yes.
on the educator, right? The CE
Absolutely.
educator, instead of having annually all that work on our staff, having to look at each of the educators individually. So I just think it's an idea. I know time flies by. I'm sure Dr. Waller, everybody here agrees. So 5 years is going to go in the flash of an eye. And I don't mean anything, I don't want anything cumbersome for these individuals. And if we say annually, we definitely don't want that as a renewal for them. But I would think 5 years is realistic. But-
So my suggestion would be, since this is not an agenda item for discussion today, that board staff put it back for our August meeting, and the committee can flush out what kind of information you would like us to gather. We'll do some research too. We'll show you what our current CE application looks like. We can tweak it if you want to. Would that be acceptable to the committee?
Well, I think you said that it's in our rules.
It is.
Annual.
Mhm.
Yes.
So would we need to change the rule to maybe then go to 5 years, different time frame?
That's something we can discuss in August for sure.
Is there a motion?
Because every,
The motion on the table is to.
oh, sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
And there we go.
Was there a motion? There's no motion.
There is no motion.
No, there's no motion.
We've just been in.
It's just discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, I don't think we need a motion. Do you want a motion for that?
It's not on the agenda. It wasn't even on the agenda.
Right,
So we can't even make it, yeah,
right. It's just discussion.
right. It's just discussion.
But marching orders, we'll have this. on our
I
agenda.
know, well, I was gonna say, Dr. Waller, you don't even realize how amazing it was that we made an error and you were omitted because we needed to have this discussion. So I'm
Yes.
happy that you're here and you actually participated with us as well,
Yes.
because we needed to look at this. I think for a couple of years now, it's something we've kind of talked about here and there, but and I know it probably wasn't the appropriate time, but it just made me think of a hopeful, I mean, we need a solution to make it better for everyone, for the board and for our CE educators. But
I think the providers that are there and over the last 33 years, the majority of my speaking engagements come from invited lectures, state meetings, regional meetings, stuff like that. I'm also a provider at the dental school and routinely speak there, and hospital staffs and all of the other, I mean, my CV was pretty thick with all the talks. When I moved offices after 20 years, it was in the old computer. So I was hoping today you wouldn't say, can you bring your CV? Many of you have sat through my lectures, and my goal is hopefully to keep you awake and just maybe reduce your risk profile for a board action or a
Waller, do you have a
lawsuit.
CV with you so we can review? No, I'm teasing.
But I very much appreciate the consideration. If you guys would put us on, we would be very happy.
So with this, do we need to then have a motion to add him into this company?
So moved.
So Dr. Kurt has made the motion to add Mr. Waller to the list of
Dr. Waller.
Dr. Waller, sorry.
Yep.
I don't have to be Dr. Waller. I can.
Well, you are, you're a dentist, right?
Well,
Seconded by Dr. Burke. All those in favor? Any discussion?
Nope.
The motion is passed.
I very much appreciate y'all
Thank you for
Yeah.
coming.
Thank you.
up and really it's kind of a treat for me. I always wondered how y'all made rules and stuff, and this is home. So thank you so much. You guys have a good
Thank you,
night.
Dr. Waller.
Bye.
Just a question of clarification on items. Looking at the application for providership, not individual courses.
Right,
Providers
just
are
providers,
providing.
Yes.
right? And what the plan will be is to flush out what the committee would like to see from those providers for this annual review. That was why the committee was started, and we really just never got our feet in the ground on that because other stuff came up. And so now that the committee's been established for a while, it's a good time to really get moving on that.
I think now that we have individuals coming forward to be providers.
Yep.
it's great.
Mhm. I agree.
Next thing on the agenda is any public comments.
No virtual ones.
Okay, great. All right, well, then I have a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Any announcements?
Announcements.
Any announcements? Sorry. Okay.
So moved.
All right.
And the time?
It is 9:30.
Oh, they have to vote.
So we have to vote. Do I?
It was
She have a
First,
second on
it
that?
was motion to adjourn by Dr. Hurt, seconded by Dr. Burke. All those in favor?
There you go.
Great. The time is 9:31.
Good meeting. All right, the May 12th, 2022 licensing committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is 10 a.m. All right, if you're listening to the meeting on a secondary device such as a computer or tablet, please mute it until it's your turn to speak. Please say your name before the verbal voting during the voting process to ensure a proper count. And I will also announce the names of board members when addressing them by first and second motion. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. And now, Ms. Nichols, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. George Kirsch,
Present.
Ms. Lori Jones. Present. Dr. Yvonne Maldonado. I see her, she's on.
Sorry about that, present.
Thank you. Dr. Robert McNeil.
Present.
Ms. Lois Palermo.
Present.
And Dr. David Yu.
Present.
You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee recommendation and possible action on application for registration of a nonprofit corporation authorized to hire a dentist. And Ms. Nichols, or Ms. Mendez, I'm sorry, will you lead us in this discussion?
Yes, good morning, board members or committee members. We have an application for registration of a nonprofit corporation. The organization submitted their application on April 26, 2022. Board staff is deferring the application to the licensing committee for approval for registration of the nonprofit corporation authorized to hire dentists. Specifically, the organization will hire dentists to provide services to persons having AIDS or the HIV virus. The organization meets all requirements set forth in Board Rule 107.205.
Dr. Carlo is here if the committee would like to speak to him.
And this is something that we need to have a motion and.
Yes, we will need a motion.
Okay.
If you'd like to have some discussion first, feel free.
Okay. Committee members?
Dr. Carlo, would you like to address the committee?
Yeah, come forward, please. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Carlo. I'm a public health physician from Dallas, Texas. I've done a lot of these kind of hearings, so I know when you go first, you have to be brief and short, so I will respect your time. But I did want to come and talk to you a little bit about how important this is for our organization, a little bit about what we do, and make you comfortable with the decision of making the exemption. The first thing is we take care of roughly 5,000 patients living with HIV and AIDS in the Dallas area. You're not going to like this as dentists, but only about 17% of our patients see a dentist on a regular basis. And so we have a lot of work to do. But the other point I wanted to make to you today in talking about this, we take practice autonomy very seriously. As a physician, I take it very seriously. We have our own system, we call it the 501A for physician groups. We're very involved in that. So the dentists that will work with us are going to be in good hands. We have had a number of discussions with the local dental society who helps us, with peer review, has been answering questions. I've reached out to the American Dental Association, gotten a lot of good advice from federally qualified health centers on how to do it correctly. So I did want to be here today and tell you a little bit that, this is also part of an acquisition. So if you're familiar with Community Dental Center, CDC, that's been around in the Dallas area since the 60s, unfortunately is folding. And so without us taking this support, we would lose 10 dentists and the nonprofit entity that's taking care of currently patients that are living with HIV. So we've taken this on. It's a big lift. We've learned a lot over the last months, learning about dental care and how we can do it right. The good news is we've got a great team of dentists who are already on board with us. The senior dental person, Dr. Sanchez, has been practicing and leading dental practices for over 17 years. So we feel we have a good team and a good commitment to our mission, which is taking care of people living with HIV and AIDS. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
I've got a question for legal. So as a nonprofit, I know a entity cannot hire a dentist unless they can't practice it unless they're a licensed dentist.
Texas licensed dentist. right?
Texas, like, how does this work, or is it any different? So technically, since they're not a dentist, and I know they're a nonprofit, can they technically hire a dentist to do dentistry?
If they fill out the application and they follow all the requirements of the rule, yes. And as long
Okay.
as they're hiring Texas licensed dentists.
Great,
Right.
thank you for that clarification. That's good. Thank you.
I had a question about the community dental center. You're requiring those dentists. Did the community dental center did a full spectrum, right? Not just with the HIV/AIDS population. And so are you limiting the scope at this point to only those individuals, or explain that to me?
So we are not going to limit the scope. They are mainly taking care of patients living with HIV and AIDS, but they also have a Title V grant program as well, which works with children who are not Medicaid eligible and women who are also not Medicaid eligible. So it's a smaller set, but they do take care of other patients. We think that is fine. We're going to encourage that. And so we're going to keep everything as is. We're moving towards a federally qualified health center in probably the next 2 years. So we'll be a part of that bigger mission once that happens. So this is kind of a step to get us at that place.
So just for clarification on my standpoint, what is the ask from the board perspective? Just that we allow this organization to hire dentists. And so then my next question is that a different type of process than what we currently allow with other nonprofits? Basically, why are we being asked to
Because the
do
rule
this?
states that the board has to approve these types of applications.
Okay, and we've done something like this in the past.
There's about 65 entities right now that we've approved, so,
Okay,
yeah, we have.
Not since I've been on the board, not recently, so it
Yeah.
probably just hasn't been recent, but.
Right. It hasn't been since I've been on the board. Now to you.
Dr. Carl, I admire what you're doing, and thank you for the service you're providing these underserved patients. And as a physician, you can delegate dentists to do dentistry, although, it's not up and up on it, and nor can they bill for it either. But as far as like your dentists that work for you, what sort of qualifications are you looking for, and what kind of dentists do you typically hire, just out of curiosity?
This is a new frontier for us, but the good news is all the current dentists that have been working for CDC, and most of them have a tenure of 7+ years working in the community, are already joining us. If we were looking, or how we would look for those expertise and skill sets, I think the first thing is we would want to make sure that dentists are comfortable working with patients who are living with HIV and AIDS, who are experienced perhaps with severe periodontal disease as a result of perhaps not having regular preventive dental care. We see it very similar in our patients, untreated hypertension, diabetes, sort of complex patient management. So we would hope that someone has experience and knowledge on how to manage perhaps that sort of a situation. We don't intend to do surgery or more complex care, so we will rely on Texas A&M, the dental school, to obviously have referrals and resources as well. But really, I think the last thing is we want people that are inspired by the mission and really understand what it's like to work at a community dental center. And really, those are the things we'd be looking for.
Do I hear a motion from the committee?
So moved. So we accept.
You
Yes.
accept, okay, good. A second by Dr. McNeil, a first by Ms. Jones. Any further discussion?
I have a question
Yes, sir.
for legal and others. Any concerns, challenges from your side of the equation on this? This seems to be something that we've done in the past, we just haven't done it recently. As an aside comment, I too practice in the Dallas area and am part of the Dallas County Dental Society Foundation. And I'm the chairman of our charity summit.
Okay.
And we have a bunch of groups kind of like yours. And that may be good to have your dental folks kind of touch base with us.
Absolutely. I've spoken to John Vogel, who's
Yes.
given me a lot of resources,
Okay.
and has actually invited me to speak at the next meeting, I guess, in the fall. So
Okay,
definitely,
and we're doing the charity summits about every 6 months, so just make sure you touch base with John, and we'll get connected.
Great.
John's a good friend.
Great.
Any further discussion?
I just had a question.
I have a quick question.
Dr. Maldonado?
So I had a question regarding billing. Are you going to be billing Medicaid or not? And what insurances are you going to be accepting?
We are going to credential and bill for Medicaid at the same, we're trying to keep parity across our practice and our system. So we also have behavioral health and physical health. So we'll intend to be able to bill across all the services that we provide. As far as commercial, we're looking at what they currently are doing. They have about a half a dozen plans that they're currently credentialed for commercial. We'll like to keep that because we want to keep the patients and not have to do any referrals out just because we've changed management. So we'll keep probably roughly half a dozen commercial plans that they currently are on.
So it's not going to be primarily just HIV patients. It's going to be children and anybody else that would want to go there.
Right. It's going to be the majority, over 50% are HIV and AIDS patients. It's mainly a grant fund called Ryan White funding, which we receive. And so that's well over 50%. But, they do take walk-ins. They do have the Title V program. So everybody will be welcome. This is a center that used to be co-located to the Parkland COPC site. So there's still some referrals to the community health center network. And we'd like to keep those going.
Thank you.
Yes, I had a couple of questions, and one of them was, okay, so you're hiring Texas licensed dentists. Now, are those ones that are retired or under the charitable dentists, or they have active licenses?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, they're active license.
And my other question was that you keep a list of all the dentists that you've hired, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we have anything at any point in time where those entities need to keep up with who has left and who is new as far as employees or anything?
I don't think we have a specific rule for the entity to do that, but we do have a rule for the dentist to update the board about their new, change of address or change of employer.
Well, I'm happy to say, I don't think I've seen any dentists in any of the nonprofit organizations and ISCs. But I do think it's really important that we really keep up to date with which dentists are working for which entities, to keep that, because sometimes we do have a hard time with who performed the dental service with complaints and things like that. So yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I don't have it on there already, but anyway, yes.
All right, any further discussion? Perfect. All in favor of the motion, show it, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you for your service and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Committee recommendation and possible action on request for exception to board rule. And we'll start with A, which is 2022 Q4-RDA 1, and that's Miss Mariah Helmers. Is Mariah here or is she online?
No, she's not.
Okay,
Do you want me to read the memo, Dr. Q?
please. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mendel, to lead us to discussion on that. I always forget that.
Okay, it's okay. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rules. To board rule 101.8E2D, applicant is deferred to the committee regarding her criminal background. On or about May 20th, 2021, applicant was convicted of the Class A misdemeanor offense of assault causes bodily injury to a family member in the 385th Judicial District Court in Midland, Texas. The court placed the applicant on 1 month confinement. Board staff determined she was ineligible due to being convicted of a Class A assault misdemeanor offense 12 months preceding the date of the application. Applicant submitted a request to appear before the licensing committee and hopes to be granted the exception for her registration. Applicant would be eligible on May 21st, 2022 with a consent order of a 5-year probated suspension.
So technically, if it was May 21st instead of May 12th, we'd be able to do it. Is that what it's been? Okay, all right. So it's, I guess it's up to the committee members if we want to grant exception to this board rule.
She's back on.
Oh, perfect.
And can you repeat what you just said there, Dr. Kirsch?
So if this meeting were held 1 week from today, she would be able to do it with 5-year probated sentence. Yeah, so she's 5 days short, 6 days short, 11 days short, whatever, she's early. Right, so technically in August, we would have to grant it.
We would have to.
Well,
Or it would be granted.
it would be.
We wouldn't even bring it
We
to
wouldn't-
you.
it wouldn't even be in the
Bring it to us.
committee. That's right. That's right. So,
I'd like to make a motion to accept 2022 Q4 RDA 1 exception to board rule as previously stated.
okay, Dr. McNeil makes the motion. Do I have a second? Ms. Palermo seconds it. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? The motion carries unanimously.
She's on the line if the committee wants to address her, but otherwise we could.
Okay. Ms. Helmers, you want to go ahead?
Well, hold on, she's not in yet.
Oh.
Want me to let her?
Oh, yeah, please.
You let her in and tell her she just got.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you want me to let them in.
No, yeah, no, let them in. Yeah, that's fine. Ms. Helmers?
She's-
Okay. Let me know.
She's in, is still probably connecting her audio.
It is, yeah, it's just the audio.
There it goes. Looks like her audio is enabled.
Oh, yeah, let them in. Yeah, that's fine.
Hello.
Ms. Helmers?
Yes, sir.
You're listening to the live stream. Can you please turn it off, Ms. Helmers, and just talk to the committee directly because it's creating feedback. Sounds
Is
like
that better?
yes, ma'am. Thank you. Want to address her?
Yes, Ms. Helmers. Hey, this is Dr. Kirch, and we have granted you exception to board rule. You want to just talk to us for a little bit?
Thank you. I can't explain how excited I am. Really.
Yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I did have I had a question. I did sign that order of consent. Is that what is that the agreement? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, that's what the committee approved today. And so then that consent order will be presented to the full board at their meeting tomorrow for official approval.
Okay. Okay, that's what I was needing to know.
And you're free to come to that tomorrow's board meeting as well.
Okay, and is it at the same time, same way?
So the board meeting starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So if you do want to speak, just be ready to just be logged in at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Helmers, you're not required to speak. The committee recommendation will be to approve the consent order, but obviously you're welcome to attend.
Okay, so I got the okay from you. I just have to get the okay from them.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
but the committee recommendation is to approve.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Well, I really appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Helmers.
you. Okay, next agenda item is 2022 Q4 RDH 1. Ms. Mendez, will you lead us in this discussion?
Yes. Let's see here so board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rule 103.11. Mr. De La Cruz failed to provide board staff with proof of the active practice within the last 2 years preceding the date of the application, or proof of taking and passing the appropriate clinical examination by a regional examining board approved by the board. The applicant is requesting an exception to reinstatement for not meeting the requirement of re-examining or having completed the 2 years of active practice. So we received an application for reinstatement of a canceled license from Mr. De La Cruz Maldonado, and it canceled because he went and attempted to renew on May 30th, I believe it was the last day of the month before it canceled. And it wasn't approved, even though he went online and paid the renewal fee. The online renewal didn't go through because he still owed the proof of completion. He still had not passed the CE audit. So it wasn't automatically approved as it should have been in normal circumstances when one has met all the minimum renewal requirement. So now he's submitted an application for reinstatement of a canceled license. And because he does not have the 2 years of practice, nor is he able to re-examine or would like to re-examine, he's requesting an exception to the board rules. And I believe he did say he was going to appear via Zoom. I know we'd had a few discussions regarding CE audits in the portal. I did have that document uploaded there just so you guys can see the history of how that portal tracks the CE audit and the information that we can pull from the audit portal.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
A question.
Yes, Mr. Bowman.
So has he done the CE yet?
No, I don't have any CEs for him. I mean, he may have completed them, but there's no.
He has not submitted them to you.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
All right, do I hear a motion to either allow or deny exception to board rule? No. Ms. Palermo,
I move to deny.
exception to board rule, okay. I've got 2 seconds. Dr. McNeil was the second. Ms. Palermo made the first motion. Any further discussion?
I
Dr.
think
McNeil?
based on no
Right.
evidence of the CE, this is
I
a
agree.
easy decision.
I agree, yeah. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to deny exception to board rule? And it's unanimous, okay. Thank you. All right. Committee recommendation, again, exception to board rule for 2022 Q4 DDS1. And that's Dr. Bashan. I believe Dr. Bashan is here today.
That's actually, we're on the.
Pierre?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
DDS1.
Dr. You're next.
Is that Dr. Pierre? Okay.
Yes,
And it's Dr. Pierre here?
yes.
There's a Lex IV, I'm assuming.
That looks like it might be him or her.
Okay.
All right, so let me know.
Would you like to let them in now, or do you want Christine to do her?
Yeah, Ms. Mendez, you want to go ahead and do your?
Sure. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
On April 11th, the applicant submits an application for dental licensure by examination. Upon review, board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rule 101.2C2. Dr. Alexis Pierre IV applied for licensure by examination on April 11, 2022. Upon review of Dr. Pierre's application, it was discovered that Dr. Pierre completed the CETA exam on March 25th, 2017. Based on board rule 101.2C2, which states examination results will be accepted for 5 years from the date of the examination, staff could not approve the application for licensure. Board staff is now deferring the judgment to the licensing committee.
All right, so again, he just fell short by 17 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a rule that I think we're going to, Dr. McNeil.
I think
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones was first.
I was just gonna move that we make the exception to board rule.
To allow. Okay, Dr. McNeil.
I'll second that, and then I have a question for Ms. Mendez.
Okay, perfect. Good. Dr. McNeil seconds the motion to allow exception to board rule. Okay,
Discussion.
Dr. McNeil.
Would this not be an issue if it was a licensure by credentials application versus a licensure by examination?
Correct. If had he applied by licensure by credentials, it would go through.
Do we, and this is more of a question for people in the room and for you, Ms. Mendez, is there an easier way? And because I know we've had that issue before where staff are able to change that application to make it a licensure by credentials. Is that a operations management issue that's easy to do?
To be honest with, yes, it is kind of easy. I mean, we'll figure it out. It is easy. Yeah, to answer your question, but what it boils down to is the application fee. You want to pay $360 or you want to pay $3,000? I mean, I can't be any more blunt than that.
Yeah. I've been on the board for so long. Interesting. And those are mandated fees? Is
I
that-
think
It's in
those,
the rule.
yeah, those are, and because, you know, somebody taking it by credentials is usually a new graduate. So they're fresh out of school.
Right.
They don't have as much money as maybe a practicing dentist in another state.
You mean
So-
licensure by exam?
By exam, yes, sorry.
Oh,
Versus credential.
Right.
Yeah.
So just like with the bar, a fresh out of law school attorney who's just taken the bar, the fees are much lower than, say, an attorney from another state who wants to come. All licensing schemes are set up that way. A scheme is not the right word.
Wow.
Sorry.
Standpoint.
Sorry.
Okay, you know,
Schedules.
it's real honest here.
Schedules. Woo, these
Schedules.
schedules, sorry.
Love it.
Sorry, Christine,
All right.
schedules.
Any further discussion? Do you want to allow Dr. Pierre into the,
Would you like to hear from Dr. Pierre?
is he in?
Why are you looking at me? Do you want to?
Yes, allow him in, please. Yes, thank you, Chris.
17 days, is that the issue?
Yes.
Yeah.
17 days.
I did have a question though for him.
Well, we haven't even voted on, yeah, Dr. Bosch.
We're still under discussion, so we could, if you want to ask him,
Yeah.
it's still
He's
appropriate.
joining his
All right.
name on the audio. There it goes. His audio is name up.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Dr. Pierre. This is-
Good morning, board members. Hope all is well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. But yes, Dr. Mendez, you are right. I've been talking to Annette about if it was too late to submit my application for licensure by exam since I was a few days off. And she said this was the route that I had to take. So I said, well, let's go ahead and let's talk to the board members. But I'll be moving to Texas soon. I accepted a position out at an FQHC out in Anahuac, and they haven't had a full-time dentist in over 6 years. So I'm excited to, be restoring the dentistry out there in such an underserved area, and I'll begin practicing as soon as my license is granted. So thank you again for hearing and considering my request.
Thank you, Dr. Pierre. Any further discussion? Ms. Palermo, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. I was just wondering if you've been consistently working since you graduated?
Yes, ma'am, I have. I've been at an FQHC since graduation. I first started in Alexandria for a couple of years, and then I moved closer to home, which is Lafayette for me, for the past 3 years. So I've been practicing nonstop since graduation.
All right, the motion was to allow exception to board rule by Ms. Jones, second by Dr. McNeil. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? And it carries unanimously.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Pierre.
you all. Thank you.
Thank you. The board, this committee recommendation will go to the full board tomorrow. You're free to join us tomorrow if you'd like, but you're not obligated to.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Even though you're an LSU fan.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, 2022 P4 DES2, Dr. Basha. Ms. Mendez, you want to lead us in this discussion?
You can go ahead and come forward.
Yes, sir. On April 8, 2022, the applicant submitted a dental licensure by examination application. Upon review, board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rule 101.2C2. Dr. Basil Basha applied for licensure by examination on September 5th, 2021, but did not submit the supplemental documents until April 8, 2022. Upon review of Dr. Basha's application, it was discovered that Dr. Basha completed the CETA exam on April 1st, 2017, based on board rule 101.2C2, which states examination results will be accepted for 5 years from the date of the examination. Staff could not approve the application for licensure. Board staff defers the judgment to the licensing committee.
Okay, so this is 7 days. So my question is, and Dr. Pierre is gone too, if y'all know you're coming to Texas, why not start the process early? That's just my question. I mean, I'm just curious because we're making these exceptions to board rules, but you're here, just, can I get your thought on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Mendez, for helping me out throughout the process. Just to give you all a background about myself, I am a practicing dentist from Kuwait in the Middle East. I've actually graduated VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia, where I went for college and dental school. Graduated 2017, and that was when I took my licensure exam as well. But I didn't need a license back then. And so I went back home, practiced for 2 years, as I have to, because I was sponsored by my country. So throughout the 2 years, I've always wanted to be a prosthodontist, so I've applied here, and I got accepted in San Antonio, UTSCA program. Currently, I'm a senior resident, and throughout my senior year, so that is 4 years after my licensure exam, I've been working on my application process. I've actually submitted my full documentation in February. However, actually briefly after I got mailed back all the documentation saying verified on all of the different documentation.
You didn't get it back till April 1st, so you just started a little bit sooner.
Actually, I did get everything back, but there was no instruction related to what to do next. And what I didn't realize is on one of the documentations, that is the CETA results, that is the only thing that didn't have a verified stamp on it. And so and this is my fault, to be honest, I just assumed that things were fine and I will hear instruction later. But when April came, that is the 5-year mark from my licensure exam, I decided to call in and contact the board to ask if there's anything I need to do at that point. And that's when I was told that the board members could not access my licensure exam results. And upon further investigation with the CETA committee, my licensure exam organization, I think the result was that my social security number was not connected to my results. And that affected you guys' access to my results in February. And so that was the case because back in dental school, as I'm an international student, I didn't have a social security number.
Right.
But now I do as a teacher in UTSCA. And so
that makes sense.
For that disconnect, after realizing that disconnection, I went ahead and resubmitted all my paperwork after making sure my licensure organization have my social security number connected. And here I am.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to allow or deny?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to accept exception to board rule for 2022 Q4 DDS 2.
Do I have a motion? Second. Ms. Jones. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
So the committee recommendation is to accept your request and it will go before the full board tomorrow. Like you heard me tell you, you don't have to come, but you're welcome to come.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Muncie. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, moving on, agenda number 5, committee recommendation and possible action on Texas Admin Code 114.3, which is Pitt and Fisher sealants, 114.4 nitrous oxide monitoring, and 114.5 coronal polishing. And I'll have Ms. Nichols lead us in this discussion.
And I will have Ms. Camp lead us in this discussion.
Okay. Let's just pass that on.
So we have this as an agenda item today, more as an educational point of discussion. One of our DRC members had some questions about this, pointing out that in our current economy with hiring issues, some people are running into these issues of RDA applicants not having their certifications to coronal polish or apply Pitt and Fisher, which is a requirement by board rules, and letting her know very upfront that, well, we can, our past employer didn't require it. I don't have the training, but I did it. Right. So
thank you for letting us know.
Yes, correct. So we just wanted to, kind of have this discussion to let everyone know that yes, you do still need to have your training as required under rules 114.3-5 in order to be able to coronal polish, apply Pitt and Fishers, and then also to monitor nitrous oxide.
And when you say training, there's no certification for this.
Correct.
This is just CEs that are.
There is no application
Right.
by board, and that is a result of Senate Bill, yes.
Okay, all right.
313,
I just wanted to
right,
clarify
to streamline,
that. Okay,
yes.
perfect.
However, it's not something that they necessarily have to have a okay from the board.
To do it, right.
Correct.
Ms. Jones?
Yes,
But it would still be the responsibility of the dentist to verify they have that certificate.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, because ultimately, right, the dentist is responsible for delegating those acts of coronal polishing, pit fissures, nitrous monitoring to the dental assistant. So yes, it is incumbent on dentists, your colleagues, to make sure that those RDAs or just the dental assistants have the appropriate training.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes.
So do they or don't they have an actual certificate?
From the program, wherever they take it.
They should, yes, they should, it would be like.
But not from us.
We don't
No,
yes,
we don't-
but
we
we
don't-
no longer
Right.
register.
Right.
Dr. Maldonado, did you have a comment?
Ms. Mendez.
Christine wants to talk.
Oh, Ms. Mendez did. I'm sorry. Ms. Mendez.
Thank you so much. So I just want to state that nitrous oxide monitoring, we do require registration for it. And once the RDA or the hygienist has been approved to monitor nitrous, it is reflected on their certificate, kind of like the way it is for the dentists who have sedation endorsements.
Perfect. Thank you for that
Yeah, thank you for the
clarification.
clarification.
Dr. Yu?
And they should keep their, I mean, there's no rule on how long they should keep it, but nitrous there is. So is there like a recommendation on how long they should keep the coronal polish and hidden fissure, or just have it around?
Keep that certificate.
Yeah.
I would keep it forever.
Yeah.
If they want to do it.
And this is our public service announcement for both dentists, because as Ms. Jones pointed out, the dentist is ultimately on the hook for the acts of their dental assistant, and for the dental assistants, that if you're going to be performing any of those activities we just discussed, make sure that you have the proper training.
Can we include this in our next newsletter?
Yes, ma'am. It is on the list.
Ms. Mendez.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Camp.
Ms. Mendez.
Oh, Ms. Mendez, go ahead. God, I forget to look at the screen.
You're still on mute, Christine. It's your mute button spinning. There we go.
I'm sorry. So just to also clarify that aside from the nitrous oxide monitoring registration, right, we still need to, dentists also need to make sure that the dental assistant is registered to take x-rays, right? We want to,
Yes, correct.
just
Correct.
adding that on there. But the nitrous oxide monitoring, after they take the course, they have 5 years to be registered with us. If it goes past 5 years, then if they want to submit a registration with us, they have to retake a course, another course. So to Dr. Yu, to answer your question, that registration for the purposes of registration is only good for 5 years. Pit and fissure and corona polishing, that completion certificate is theirs to keep in their possession, you know, in case they want to go work for you, Dr. Q or Dr. McNeil. And
I'm retired. I'm done.
I don't work.
I've been retired 45 days. But I'm not bragging.
But that's a good distinction. Thank you, Christine. And yes, we will include this information for everyone in our newsletter, because I do think there is confusion still all these years later about what's needed.
Well, and the one that they have to have posted in the office is the
Radiation. To take
X-ray.
To take X-rays. Yeah, radiology. Radiographic.
And is that the only one that they have to have CE for? I mean, I know they used to have CE for each one of those.
So are you talking certifications or additional CE?
Additional CE.
As Christine was saying, you know, the pit and fissure, the coronal polishing, that's kind of a one and done situation as far as taking that course and remaining. I believe, if I'm understanding Christine correctly, and it's also my understanding of the rule as well, effectively you have to retake that nitrous course every 5 years. Christine, is that correct?
No.
I don't think
Just
so.
if you don't register.
no, only if you're not registered.
Okay.
Yeah, once you're nitrous certified, you're forever as well. But you have to have it registered within 5 years.
But if you
To the
are,
board.
if you're going to renew a certificate for registration, you do have to have continuing education.
Right.
You're correct about that. That's under 114.12.
6 hours or 12
yeah.
hours for assistance.
Yep.
Yeah, every 2 years.
Thank you for clarifying, Christine. I misunderstood.
And it used to be that they had to take additional if they had these additional certificates, but is that
That was-
Correct. You're right, Ms. Jones. But now it's just like Cassie said, it's one thing, 12 hours for every 2 years.
Right. The Corona and the Pit and Fisher, all that went away 2 years ago in September. Yeah. Okay, any further discussion on this? Okay, great. All right, it's y'all's turn. Committee recommendation and possible action on presentation provided by Southern Regional Testing Agency. Are you all ready?
Yes.
All right, welcome.
Thank you for having us.
First of all, I want to introduce myself. I'll be speaking for a few minutes and then Dr. Hannah will be speaking. My name is Mark Muncie. I am a retired general dentist. Too many days to count. I'm practicing 41 years in general dentistry in Clarksville, Arkansas. I retired. And I am a former member of the Arkansas State Board of Dental Examiners. So I've sat in your chairs. And I've visited dental board meetings from Georgia to Alaska and from Connecticut to Nevada. And if you blindfolded me and put me in a room and didn't tell me which state you were in, it'd be difficult, if not impossible, to figure out where you were because the issues are basically similar. You're dealing with interpreting the laws and the regulations and sometimes granting permission, which is easier than forgiveness rather than permission, which is sometimes your role today. We are now continuing to use the term CERTA to describe ourselves, but we no longer stand for Southern Regional Testing Agency. We are state resources for testing and assessment. And we just kind of wanted to get away from the regional aspect of what we do. We have been around since 1975, development and administration of licensing examinations for dentists and dental hygienists. We're small, but we've always been small. We began in 1975 as a group of about 6 or 7 states from the Southeast who decided to pool their resources and instead of giving individual state licensing examinations, give a regional examination that all those states would recognize as a requirement for initial licensure. And we have continued to be small, but we no longer service just those 6 or 7 states. 75% of the states in the United States accept our results. And so we have a lot of experience in both developing and administering examinations. And we are very technologically savvy. We have been even though we're small, we've been the first agency to develop certain things like handheld devices for scoring. We were the first to do that. We were the first to provide online registration for our examinations, things of that nature. And we were the first agency to develop a mannequin exam, which we started back when I was president of the agency back in 2016.
So it's your fault. It's your fault.
We could kind of see where things were going. We didn't know in 2016 that COVID was going to happen. And so, but when it did, we were prepared because we had a mannequin exam. We had a typodont tooth that was acceptable. We've made it better over the years, but we were able right off the bat in 2020 to give mannequin examinations because many states kind of deferred the live patient, at least temporarily, some permanently, because of the COVID problems. At CERTA, we will administer whatever kind of exam you want. Okay, if you want a live patient exam, we'll do that for you. We'll give you a live patient exam. If you want a more hybrid exam where you have one live patient based part of the examination as a part of your criteria, we'll do that too. It's whatever you want to do, but we provide about anything. We're willing to provide about anything to suit you because you are who we work for. Because we, like you, are all past or present state board members. We, like you, have taken an oath to protect the public. And we take that oath very seriously. And that's why when we do these examinations for initial licensure, we want to make sure that we're assessing the right things and doing it fairly and doing it so that each state board can say, well, if they pass the cert exam, obviously they had somebody looking at their work, at what their hands produced and what their minds determined and assessed it satisfactorily. So having said all that, I want you to know that I think that there are advantages and disadvantages any way you go. Okay. We're going to be talking mostly, especially Dr. Hannon will, about the more technological advancements that have been made. But I'm very much in favor of those, but I'm not necessarily opposed to the old-fashioned way of doing it. I've been doing this since 2004, and the exam that I administered in 2004 isn't anything like the exam that's being administered in 2022. It's completely different. So those of us old guys, Dr. Q, like you and I, we can look back and say, well, when I took the exam, we had to change a tire. So, we had. Now it's just
cast and see.
Precisely. Yeah. And set up dent your teeth or whatever, So, but it's just so different now, and dental education is so much different now. So, I think there are advantages and disadvantages to each way. After having done mannequin exams now for 2 years, and we're in our third testing cycle using typodonts and mannequin teeth, I really think there are probably more advantages than disadvantages, to tell you the truth.
Versus live patient.
Yes, versus live patient. For one thing, we haven't done live patients in half the exam for years. We haven't used live patients in fixed prosthodontics or endodontics in years. I never was a part of the examination with live patients in those two regards. We've used mannequin teeth or extracted dental teeth for endo, So that part of the exam is mannequin based and has been mannequin based for more than a generation. What we're talking about is mannequin based for restorative procedures and for periodontics. Now, the disadvantages of having a mannequin based exam. Obviously, you sacrifice someone, you don't have a living, breathing human being, to assess, no doubt about it. I'm not going to argue with that. But the advantages that we provide with the mannequin exam is, first of all, it's a level playing field. Everybody is basically doing the same thing on the same teeth. With a live patient, it was up to the candidate to go out and find that patient. And sometimes the patients they selected had lesions that were not good lesions for testing and so forth, and ran into the very strong likelihood that they were going to need follow-up care. And who's going to provide that follow-up care? And then,
isn't that real life though? I mean,
that is real life.
It's real life.
It is real life, except for one little variant. And that is that when you're doing a licensing exam using live patients, you've got unlicensed dentists doing that work. And you're going to have to rely on licensed dentists to take care of any problems that happen.
Dr. McNeil and I have gone back.
Okay, I understand. Yeah.
For many years.
We've had a meeting of the minds.
We have. And I'm
and then
we're coming together.
And then there's some other factors too. As we know from dental school experiences, remember when you did your restorations in dental school and it took hours and hours, and you pretty much had to educate your patients ahead of time. You're going to be here for a while, Well, a licensing exam is even worse, because in an institutional setting, you may have one faculty member who's looking at your stuff. In a testing situation, you're having at least two, more likely three, and maybe as many as 5 examiners looking at each thing that's being done. And that takes time. And so patients who come to do live patients who come to our examinations, traditionally, if they're used for more than one restoration, and most of the time they were there for 7 hours. And that's a long dental appointment. How many of you would schedule a 7-hour dental appointment with your dentist for a couple of routine procedures, And so what was happening in those situations was that some patients were looking at their watches halfway through it and going, I didn't know this was going to take so long. I got to get out of here. And patients were leaving and candidates were failing for that reason, not because the candidates were incompetent, just because the patient just gave up, not to mention patients that didn't show up on the front end to start with. So, and then, as I told MJ last night, I think that I remember many times at exam sites when I would walk by a line of chairs with all these patients waiting to be evaluated, all of them with rubber dams on their mouth, and all of them with Kleenex to kind of stop the drooling underneath. And I really felt sorry for those patients. You know, it's almost a cruel thing to ask somebody to do, you know, just so we can assess competency when, because of what we've done with CERTA and our association with Accidental, we've been able to create a dental tooth that very accurately mimics the properties of a natural tooth with enamel, dentin, lifelike pulp, and decay. We're able to manufacture teeth for our periodontal portion, our dental hygiene portion that have calculus that is detectable and removable, much like calculus is on natural teeth. Even testing pocket depths and things like that can be done with our Typodonts, and they're continually getting better. But still, despite that, we will do whatever a state board wants us to do. We haven't abandoned the live patient. The criteria that's used for the live patient is exactly the same as the criteria that's used for a Typodont. Exactly the same for a mannequin. None of that changes one bit. That's why it's possible for us to go into one location and have maybe 40 candidates, 30 of them taking a mannequin and 10 of them taking live patient, and we're using the same examiners because it's all the same criteria. You know, you're just the difference between looking at a live patient and looking at a Typodont. Yeah, please.
Go ahead, Dr. Yu.
So I know you're coming out with a better tooth.
Yes.
Right.
Probably.
2023.
23, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I have to disagree with you about the live patient, because part of the live patient is patient selection too, because
that's true.
If you're going to look at a potential board patient, you're going to find, you know, barely into the DJ.
Yeah.
You know? And you're not going to go with the pulp potential exposure, but and you know, granted, I know no matter what we think or say, it's going to be, you know, mannequin or, you know, simulation or whatever, OSCE. Don't say that, but you know, and I know this is more of a public service announcement. You know that and I know very intimately that we're a member state, and you know, so whatever exam you administer in Texas is going to be accepted. Yes. You know, and I think it's kind of incumbent on you to let the dental schools know what makes sort of different.
Right, and we're trying our best to do that, and thank you for that.
Yeah, but I do believe it is important to have good market competition.
Yeah. Oh, I do
Let the
too.
Students decide, and in fact, it'll make regional boards overall better.
I agree.
I agree.
I totally agree. We've always been proponents of good, healthy competition. You know, we don't want to see that go away.
Right.
Because the quality is going to.
I concur with Dr. Yu's last comment. I think the competition is great in the examination committee. I fully disagree, obviously, with the whole live patient component. You know, what got you here won't get you there. And I'm glad to hear that you guys are developing technologies. You know, we haven't really talked about haptic, which will be next. We'll talk about it in disciplinary, and hopefully everyone will get a chance to use that. You know, I think it's a different test for every single person with a live patient. Those lines that people stand in with the rubber dams on, the patients talk and say, well, I'm getting $1,000 for being here.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Then that other patient sits down and says, I'm walking if I don't get $1,000. That's not.
It does go on. It does happen.
For dental students. That's a smart patient. But, you know, we've taken statistics with our MBA. You're kidding yourself psychometrically if you think a live patient is an acceptable examination strictly from a psychometric standpoint. So I'm glad to see you're giving options. The downside with options, sometimes there gets to be so many options, and that can be a challenge too, but I'm glad to see what you're doing.
And Dr. Yu, I think you're right. Part of the examination process is tooth selection. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
And some are victimized because the patient with that little incipient lesion didn't show up, but the backup patient didn't. The backup patient's lesion is a booger. You know?
Yeah.
Then I hate to say this, but again, you're talking about unlicensed people being evaluated. But I've seen countless little incipient lesions that end up with a prep that is a near pulp exposure. And I've seen that happen so much. We all have examiners all talked about it, and how terrible we think that is for the patient, leaving them in a situation where a tooth that was giving them no symptoms whatsoever now may give them symptoms for the rest of their lives unless something is done. And that's an ethical issue I just prefer to kind of stay away from. But again, it's whatever the state boards want to do. So beyond that, let me just say that when Promethean and CERTA decided to kind of combine forces, I became very excited about it because of our history in CERTA of thinking outside the box. As a small organization, one of the advantages of that is it doesn't take an act of Congress to make decisions. We can get on the phone or get a Zoom meeting and we can say, okay, let's stop that and start this. And with larger agencies, they cannot do that. They have all these different kinds of agencies within the agency that make those kind of decisions. So with CERTA, we could say, let's look at what Promethean has to offer us. It may be the future of what we can do, and maybe the future of what we can even more perfectly assess as far as determining what a person's minimal competencies are. So I'm going to shut up. And again, thank you so much for letting us be here. It's always my pleasure to come to Texas, even when the weather is inclement.
Can you be brief, Dr. Hanlon?
I will be brief.
Sorry, thank you. We took up a lot of time. Oh, Ms. Palmer, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions because I've been trying to figure out which regional board has what exams. And it appears that most of the other regional exams have a written part along with the mannequin and the live patient. Now, are you saying that they can just take a written exam and then become licensed?
No.
The state, if that's.
No, we are developing, we've had it in the past and it was kind of discontinued because a lot of states just didn't require it any longer, but we are in the process of developing, and it's very close to being completed. You call it a paper exam, not really a paper exam, it's an online exam. And it tests things like diagnosis and treatment planning and things of those nature, things of that nature. Now, we don't have CERTA at the present time, even though it's right around the corner. We don't have our own examination that tests that, but we have access to one that tests that. So
No CTP?
Yeah, yeah.
Comprehensive treatment.
Yeah, comprehensive treatment like that. DES is what we call it, which stands for something like dental electronic, I don't know, something, but our DES is almost ready, but not quite, but yet we're using a DDS that's been developed by someone else for those situations where a person has applied for licensure in a state that accepts CERTA, but they also have a requirement to take that portion of the exam that deals with treatment planning, x-ray reading and diagnosis and that kind of thing, you see. So it's just up to states. Some states just, their bylaws and things just say, we accept CERTA, the results of CERTA. Okay. Others will say, we accept the results of CERTA, but we also want this component added in there too. See.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. No, go ahead. You're on the floor.
No. Well, I was going to ask, you said that 75% of the states accept CERTA. That are there, what types of numbers are you seeing as far as the states only accepting live patients or live patient and mannequin?
That's a very good question. And I think that really kind of remains to be seen. Until we're really out from under this COVID umbrella, we're not going to know the answer to that question, because so many states have said we're accepting the mannequin exam results for now.
Right.
And they're not making any statement about the future. Now I do know of a couple of states that are still maintaining that they want a live patient for the restorative portions of the examination. And like I said, for CERTA, we'll provide that if that's what they want. Yeah. But I think we're, with this new variant still hanging out there, we may be another testing cycle away from state boards making that final decision of whether to accept mannequin results forever.
Dr. Yu?
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. So what, as far as like the schools that do administer CERTA, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys have like a mock exam that you do at no charge for them?
We do that at no charge. We at CERTA have always considered ourselves to be friendly to the candidates. I've always put it this way. We want the CERTA exam to be an avenue to licensure, not an obstacle to licensure. So we want to go in to do an exam, and when we go in to do an exam, we want those candidates to be familiar with us, to know what we expect of them, and to know what our criteria is ahead of time. So if schools are willing to let us come in, we come in and do a free mock exam. Most schools use that as meeting one of their clinical requirements.
A competency.
Competency exam. So they have their own faculty people in addition to our examiners grading the things too, so that they can, apply the school standards to what we do. And we also do lots of lunch and learns where we'll send somebody in to just provide lunch for the group and kind of brief them a little bit about what to expect for the examination. We really feel like communication is an important part of the candidate's venture into being a real dentist.
It's above and beyond. That's great.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
I was just gonna
We need a wrap. I mean,
Yeah.
we need
Right.
to wrap this up.
Okay, well, I was
killing
just
us.
wondering how far along her meeting was in the CODA process as far as getting their acceptance from CODA to be able to give a remedial courses to students that failed the exam 3 times.
So we are going to be CODA accredited by August. We have a new association with Lincoln Memorial University, and they are expecting to have their accreditation by August of this year for their first incoming class. So I'll talk more about that during the disciplinary committee meeting this afternoon. But to make it very succinct and short, for those of you who are looking forward to what's coming next, because change is happening and it's going to come whether you like it or not, but this will give you a preview of what is coming to dental education, dental hygiene education across the country. And I hope that you'll all take an opportunity to come and see the Simidon. I'm happy to show you. I think Dr. McNeil and Dr. Henderson had a really good time this morning enjoying it. And it's something that unless you experience it, you cannot understand how it feels. It's a haptic and virtual reality technology. And with, and I don't know if you know anything about my background, but I was a clinical dean at Tufts University for 8.5 years. And so my experience with testing agencies over that course of time, if I could tell you the stories, they're fascinating. And one of the things that I think that we bring to the table that we have worked through this past year with CERTA is that we bring objective grading to the table. And it's the first time objective grading will be available for licensing exams because we have videotapes and we actually have pictures of every single tooth, every single preparation. I can show you all how it looks and we can turn it around and evaluate it and measure to the 4th decimal point how accurate a clinician is when they take their exam. So this is coming, and we understand that change is hard for everyone, but when students are used to gaming and playing on computers and doing all that type of work, they pick it up like this. It's us old farts that have a little bit of a problem with identifying with new technology, but it is coming. And, it's great that the Texas board is open to this, at least having a discussion. So I'll leave the rest for you guys to experience.
Type imaging deal.
It is.
See, when you examine like that, when you go to practice dentistry, you're not practicing dentistry like that.
So, well.
Right? I mean, let's think about it. When I'm sitting down prepping a tooth, I'm not doing a 3D model on I'm doing it on a human being who has a tongue, who has teeth, who needs to be numbed up. All this gaming is great, but we need to see dexterity here.
Well, Dr. Q, I will tell you that.
And I'm just being the devil's advocate.
No, you know what, and I'm used to this.
Apples and oranges.
So until you experience it, and I think, anybody that has been on it, until you experience it, I think that you cannot judge.
Now you got me really curious.
So now you have to come. Now you have to.
I was going to go to lunch.
It's a nice drive.
And I think it's important for everyone to understand that you know, it's hard to imagine what this feels like, what it looks like. The tongue is there. We've already developed all of that. But when you put an explorer inside a decayed tooth in the Simodont, you actually feel the tug back. When you take an excavator and you scoop out that decay, you are scooping out decay. When you hit the ceiling of that pulp, you can feel the difference with the explorer and the decay versus the ceiling of the pulp and the pulp can.
It is amazing.
It is amazing. So until you actually experience
Is
it,
there a handpiece that the student drills with?
so there's a handpiece.
So, 'cause I have not seen it.
But one of the key things, how many of you are proficient at using your mirror?
Definitely.
Yeah, now.
Why do you think, why do you think I have 4 herniated discs and had to retire?
Oh, exactly,
Right?
exactly.
I'm doing this shit. Excuse my language.
So, but what,
This is me, prepping 14, 15. Look at number 2. I mean.
so that's exactly the issue. So now with the training, if we start these students, and that's one of the things I was talking to Dr. McNeil about, is until the schools fully adopt this technology, and they will, it's coming, you know, schools are facing shortages of faculty members. They've got to figure out a way to manage that, because you can't have a class of 200 students and have one faculty member to 20 students, which is something that used to happen to me in my clinic all the time. So what I'm saying to you is there's got to be a way for us to deal with the students that do not have the hand skill necessary to become a dentist, that do not have the capability of treating patients when they get into the clinic, and that experience remediation needs down the road. So this is one way we can do that without ever having the opportunity to you know, force them to ruin some patient's mouth.
What about communication with the patient? That's another, I mean, that's. a
So
huge
those
thing.
are
You know,
all
to be
things.
able to Communicate with the patient where I'm sitting in a machine doing it. I don't have to talk to the machine. I don't have to get to know the machine. I don't have to know their life story. I mean, I'm playing the devil's advocate.
No, and that's why I said
And-
there are advantages and disadvantages, and that is one of the great advantages.
Dr. Manil is driving me crazy. Go ahead. Keep that hand up.
I get to see a really effective communicator of a newly licensed dentist yet. You know, that takes time and practice. And I would encourage all of you guys, definitely get out there to check out this system. That's where the future is going. It's objective measurements. I think you'll be impressed. There is a learning curve. You know, you guys.
It's just
give
like
people
playing on
a
plastic
chance
tape.
To do things. It's a pretty interesting concept for sure. And, you know, this is the direction education is going.
And it's not perfect. I'll be the first person to admit, it's not
And
perfect, but
everything's
it's growing. And, you know, 3D technology and haptic technology, when I opened up the Simodont, we had an upgrade in the software. So the difference between yesterday and today was like, oh my gosh, I felt it right away. As soon as I put the Explorer on the tooth, I said, wow, this is very much better. And so it's improving all the time. And one of the things that we are really, you know, confident in is the software developers that we are working with are really talented at improving it. So we won't take any more of the board's time. We thank you very, very much for, go ahead.
I know the future possibilities is that they can program surgery with it as training, because I think Spears Study Club
In Seattle.
got into it. And so this is great for courses in the future. If you're teaching someone to do a sinus lift, you don't want them doing it on a human the first time.
So let me explain to you exactly what we're doing right now. So right now we're partnering with I can't tell you because we don't have the contract signed yet, but we are partnering with a CBCT program, and our 3D technology is going to be 1,000% better than what it is right now, like 1,000%. So the effect that this will have is if we have a patient that has a CBCT scan, we can take that STL file, we can actually put it in our computer. So if you have a student, if you have a doctor, if you have a study group, you can take that patient's CBCT file, put it into the Simodont. Everybody can work on that patient before ever touching the patient physically. Then what we also have the ability to do is once you prep that tooth, we can actually send that image, that STL file, over to the printer, the digital 3D printer. We can have the temps made, we can have the crown prep made, we can have models made, anything you need. Then we can take, and actually, if you're doing an exam for a student or a remediation case, you can actually take that, put it in a mannequin, make them fill it or create the crown or the temporary, and then you can grade on that. And all of it is objectively graded. All of it is, here's the criteria, this is what you have to meet. And if you meet the criteria, you pass. So lots of changes coming, and we're not here to ask for anything, but we just want you to know what we're working on so that you're aware of what's happening and what the future holds.
Dr. Allen, Dr. Muncie,
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Sorry we took so long.
No, that's all right. Okay.
I would very much encourage, while it's in my office, to take a look at it. It is astounding, the technology. So please.
I may drive out there right after this one.
Okay.
Or meeting. Okay, public comments.
Not that, I don't think we have any virtual.
Yeah, we had that person that I sent.
Oh, the hygienist.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we have one.
Okay.
Is she available?
Amy Strang.
Yes.
Yeah, she's ready for it.
Yes.
Yes. She was the one who had the question about the license for charitable purposes.
Oh, okay.
Which we can't do anything, but
Right.
we can hear her.
It's not on the
Yeah.
agenda.
Strain.
She's on.
Ms. Strain, welcome.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I'll be quick, so I think I heard already everyone's ready for lunch. But I appreciate the chance. Can you guys hear me okay? Thumbs up? Super. I know. I telework. I get it. So I am currently a dental hygienist with a Nebraska license. My current employment is with the federal government. I'm not speaking on behalf of them. I am an officer in the United States Public Health Service. And so my Nebraska license allows me to see patients at federal facilities. However, I would love to do something similar, such as the military licensing, or I see that dentists have the option to, let me look it up quick, I have the right language. I looked it up. To temporary license for charitable purposes. Right now, I don't believe that a licensing avenue is for dental hygienists. I could only find something for dentists. And so I didn't know if that was, I just want to bring it to the attention if that was in the future, something like that. So I would be able to volunteer, actually signed up for Mission of Mercy this past April. But I couldn't, I withdrew because I was not sure if I could actually do anything. But also, remote access medical also comes to the state, and they're not for profit. I've worked with RAM before, probably 5 or 6 RAMs at other federal sponsored with the MOU. What about even Lone Star, Operation Lone Star Dental? I don't know if that's on the horizon, but we'd be able to volunteer at those type of things. And so I didn't know if that was ever in the future that a temporary license for charitable purposes for dental hygiene was in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Strain.
Yeah, Ms. Green, thank you for being here. That's a great suggestion. So the license for dentists to practice for charitable purposes, it came out of a statute, and unfortunately the statute did not include hygienists. So what we would need is a legislative request. And so if that's something that you're interested in, we would encourage you to talk to any state or representative or senators in your area for, to promote a bill that would allow hygienists to have this type of license as well. Anybody
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
But
Have a good day. Thank you.
That would be, I think that's a great suggestion and something that I think our licensees would benefit from.
Yeah, I agree.
Ms. Mendez, did you have something?
You're muted.
Yes, I just wanted to add, Ms. Strain, we also have the military limited volunteer license for dental hygienists. It's actually on our military licensing page.
I'm not military though.
Okay, okay.
That's where if it says service member, uniform service, I've seen that in other states where they take out the military and it says uniform service, then I would probably have like 30 or 40 dental hygienists that would apply because they're in Texas.
Okay.
But we have out of state licenses, but this is our duty station. So, you know, it'd be a force to reckon with if that was, I mean, there would be a great team of dental hygienists that would volunteer.
Contact your state and local representatives, let
Yes.
them know how important this topic is, and hopefully we can get something, you know, going the next legislative session.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. And yes, I was trying to figure out all that because I watched the previous meetings and you kept referring to that. And I was like, oh, I don't know what to do here. So I appreciate the advice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
That's it.
I don't have any announcements, so do I hear a motion to adjourn? So moved by Dr. McNeil, second by Ms. Jones, all in favor? Surely there's no discussion. It passes unanimously. Thank you, guys.
And the time?
Oh, the time is 11:15.
Thank you.
Now it's like.
May 12th, 2022 licensing committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is 11:34 a.m. I would like to remind everyone, if you are listening to the meeting on a secondary device, such as a computer or tablet, please mute it until it is your turn to speak. Please say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. I will also announce the names of the board members when addressing them and on first and second motions. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. At this time, I would like to call on Ms. Nichols for a roll call to confirm that we do have a quorum present.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Linda Burke.
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
I'm sorry, I'm here, present.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Present.
Ms. Lois Palermo.
Present.
Ms. Catherine Sisk is absent. Dr. David Yu.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 3. It is committee recommendation and possible action on rule 108.25 dental health care workers. At this time, I would like to call on Ms. Studdard to lead our discussion.
So this agenda item was on the last committee meeting in February, and we were staff was asked to look into whether we can repeal this rule because it's essentially the same language that's found in chapter 85 of the Health and Safety Code. And so, yes, it is. It's duplicative language. So staff is recommending that the committee vote to repeal this rule.
Thank you.
Where did you say it was found?
It's found in chapter 85 of the Health and Safety Code.
I'd like to make a motion that we repeal the rule.
So we have a motion made by Dr. Henderson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Palermo. Any discussion? We'll just vote. Okay.
In committee.
Want to do show of hands?
So,
Did you have any discussion?
well, I was gonna say, you know me, I like to talk, right? I have something to say. Does anybody have any feelings about wanting to try to keep any of that language? The only reason I bring this up, I personally don't, and let everybody to get rid of it, but I wanted to bring up the CDC guidelines still is the recommendation if you get exposed to tuberculosis that you do testing and stuff. We can leave it because our rules already refer to CDC, but this goes further, and I just want to make sure the committee understood that.
Thank you.
Board staff's comfortable.
Okay, good, perfect.
All right, any other comments or discussion? If not, we will have our vote now. And I'm going to go ahead and just call on everyone.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Brian Henderson.
4.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
4.
Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Ms. Catherine Sisk is absent. Dr. David Yu.
4.
And Dr. Linda Burke, 4. All right, so we have 5 for and 0 against, so that motion carries. Agenda item number 4 is committee recommendation and possible action on permitted dental assistant duties. And again, at this time, I will call on Ms. Studdard to lead our discussion on that.
Staff received a question from the public asking whether dental assistants can probe. And so as we know, board rule 114.1 says a dentist may delegate only reversible procedures to a dental assistant. The rule also says that a dentist may not delegate to a dental assistant to perform any task for which a certificate or additional training is required under the rules, unless the dental assistant holds that required certificate or has obtained that training. So staff is just seeking guidance from the committee on how to best answer this question. And if there's what the committee's we need guidance basically on how to answer the question on whether dental assistants can probe.
All right, thank you. Dr. Henderson?
Ms. Studdard, when you say you need guidance, you would like the committee to direct ability to put a newsletter out, or are you looking for something more formal?
We're looking for a discussion on this topic because the question came from a public art hygienist and board staff, our legal division. We looked at the rule, we looked at the DPA, and we still weren't sure what the answer was. So I think a discussion here would be helpful for us, and
Also helpful for the public.
and the
so they
public.
know.
And we will put whatever the fruit of this discussion is in the newsletter.
Well, one comment I would like to make. I think when I think of probing, we take into consideration that probing is used to help us diagnose a disease process, which is periodontal disease. And in looking into the rule, a little further, rule 114.1, section B, it does say a dentist may not delegate or otherwise authorize dental assistant to perform any task for which a certificate or additional training is required under this section unless the dental assistant holds the required certificate or has obtained the additional training. And so how I look at this is in terms of there is not a whole lot of probing that is being taught to our dental assistants, and they're not actually given a board exam that's going to test whether they are adequately probing, whereas dentists and hygienists are board certified. And so that's how I perceive that, but I'm wanting to hear what our committee members, how you feel as well. Ms. Cameron?
Well, I would say definitely not. I know under the code of standards of care and under the dental hygiene standard of care and even ADA's standard of care, they're talking about the dental hygienist assessing and collecting that data so that they can get together with their general dentist that they work for, the periodontist. And we're also the dental hygienist that every single regional exam that we take has a component of perio charting in that exam. So you have to pass that part to be able to practice and get a license here in the state. So the education is way above what, a dental assistant usually has. And usually they're in an assisting position where, I can see them and I have assistants do it for me where I'll call out the probing depths and they write it down. And I think that's pretty much how a reasonable and prudent dentist practices that type of thing, unless they've got a computer that's putting in the numbers for them. I mean, you can probably speak to that too, being a periodontist.
Yeah, I would like to hear Dr. Yu as a periodontalist who diagnoses gum disease in his office. In fact, I met a couple of his staff and assistants and hygienists today. They were, all of them were.
Okay. Well, thank you for the referral. I don't think our rules actually forbid dental assistants from probing, but the problem is that they don't have the training. So unless there's courses that actually teach, dental assistants to probe or, at least kind of screen, periodontal disease, for instance, they have to show proof that they have the adequate training for it. Because, the problem is that if you're probing more than, let's say, 20 newtons of force, you could potentially penetrate into the, connective tissue attachment of the periodontal ligament. And, you're basically cutting the tissue, which hygienists can't do, by the way. They can't cut tissue. But, so that's the potential concern is their training. And I think if there's a standard of care complaint or some issue that the assistant should have to show that they've been trained. And I just don't know if there's a lot of training for dental assistants on probing either. So, the rule specifically doesn't say that they can't probe. And just like dental assistants clean cement off a temporary crown, a lot of times they go on, subgingival to do that. That's not necessarily against the standard of care either, so that's kind of where I'm at with it. Obviously, I don't think there should be a rule that we should implement for probing, but, I think in the end, the dentist is responsible for what the actions of the dental assistant.
So, Doctor, you're just educating a little bit. Is there a AI probing?
Well, it's called a Florida probe.
They do have one.
Well, it's not AI, but it basically, the hygienist still has to,
They have to actually insert it.
right, and that's a good point because there is a pressure.
That's sensitive.
Yeah, it's
Correct.
pressure sensitive, and it tells you when to stop with the pressure.
So, I'm not here to split hairs, and
Right.
I was going to ask Ms. Studdard when we go in there, and I looked at the AI probe, and I'm thinking, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what the real name is, but I know there's a fancy one out there that probably doesn't take a whole lot of education or training to use once you did similar to taking a laser. But on our statute, when I look at what a delegable duty is to a dental assistant or hygienist, it specifically says certain things. And if someone does a probing technique and doesn't break the tissue damage and doesn't insert it underneath, I think by statute that is a delegable duty. My question is, why would a dentist want to delegate that to a dental assistant? Because you are diagnosing a deal. Now, if you're using some kind of artificial deal and it's like a radiograph machine, maybe. I'm not sure where this question came from, and I don't know any dentist that actually does allow a dental assistant to do any probing. I thought when I saw it on the agenda, it was, can they record someone who's reading it? And I'm thinking, clearly, I didn't realize it was actual probing act. I might have done a little more research, but thank you for that artificial intelligence.
So the background for the question was a dentist reached out to a hygienist, member of the public, and the hygienist wasn't sure, whether a dental assistant, so she reached out to board staff. And then when we started, we had a lot of back and forth conversation like what we're having now, looking at the DPA and our rules. So that's where this came from.
Ambiguous.
So is it legal general counsel's opinion that it is a delegable duty possibly?
Possibly. Yep.
And our rule is where it wouldn't be, because we have a rule saying you can't delegate something to someone who needs a certificate or a license for that procedure. But if you look at the act itself, you think it's a delegable duty?
I guess it depends on whether we consider it the cutting of a hard or soft tissue. Right. Question.
Now, the question to me is, it's not, but it could be. And so is that risk worth allowing it to happen in untrained hands? And maybe Dr. Yu or Lois can talk about what are the damaging effects of a inadvertently deep probing on a patient, and what kind of harm is the potential harm for that?
You want to take this or you want me to?
Well, I mean, I know that perio abscesses can come from that. So, I mean, is that reversible?
And that's a good point, because there is something called the post prophylactic abscess, where they clean but they don't go enough subgingival to get the remaining tartar out, and then you seal the coronal aspect and create a kind of an anaerobic situation. But in terms of probing, I mean, if you look at probing in general, even if you probe deep enough, you're going to potentially damage the attachment, but it'll heal. But like if I do surgery, I don't want them to probe for 6 months afterwards, like after a bone graft, for instance. And I've had dentists do it that are with my referrals, and I'm not happy about it. But so I think an assistant, I think the bottom line is that if there was courses on probing for assistance, then, it better be pretty comprehensive. But I wouldn't feel comfortable allowing my assistant to probe. And I trust my assistants, but, that's just, they're not trained, bottom line, like a hygienist is.
Well, and then you talk about just taking a course and it's like, so could I just take a course and doing a ground prep? I mean, hygiene education, they're doing that for 2 years. And then, like I said, every regional exam has a component of that part of the exam just on perio probing that you have to pass. So to kind of almost feel like you're arbitrarily saying, oh, well, they can just take a course to learn how to do it. I just don't agree with that.
So help me with 2 probers in the maybe 3. I'm thinking if you're probing someone who's not anesthetized, they're not going to allow you to do excessive pressure. Am I wrong or right in that thinking?
Before or after you do it?
Well, I know there's a lot of people that really need to be, I hear, and maybe Dr. Uden know, but they actually have to be numb in order to get an accurate probing because their gingival health is so poor that when you just barely go under the gums with this probe, that it hurts them. And so I would say clearly no dental assistant should be probing anybody that needs to be numb without a question. But the question that I'm asking is, if you took a probe on a normal healthy tissue, wouldn't the patient respond to pain before they actually did damage?
Are you talking about a difference between men and women or? I'm joking.
Well, I know we're speaking hypothetics, but it is it is kind of like a thing where it's, there's no rule that we have, and maybe we should just keep it ambiguous until there's actually like some course that we need to vet. But personally, I don't think it's that big of a problem, is it?
We don't have many enforcement cases about this. So no, it hasn't been a problem.
Yeah. And I guess this was our quandary, is that if probing can lead to the cutting of hard or soft tissue, then to err on the side of caution, a dental assistant shouldn't be doing it. But it sounds like the majority of the time, on a healthy gum line, it's that nothing's going to get cut. But since that possibility exists, maybe they shouldn't be doing it. Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know what the answer is.
I think that's a good point. That's kind of where I was going to go along my thinking as well. It's maybe not a cutting procedure initially, but what is the potential for it to become a cutting edge issue with the patient reflecting on pain and you're going too deep and they flinch. Now is the bleeding on probing because I went and tore the attachment, or is it because I got a hyperemic gums? And speak to Dr. Hughes. I think this is a delegable duty without an education. We do that with dental assistants. We train them in our office. This is not if you got this computerized probe that tells you how far to push and it puts a number up on the deal and tells you whether you have gum, do you really need to go to a CE course? Do we need to get into regulating some kind of educational thing for someone to probe? I'd speak very much against that because I don't think it's that big of an issue. To me, the bigger issue is it okay? And I think if it's not a problem, I'd probably say, why invent a new rule or a new comment? We can talk about it with people can listen to this broadcast and they can hear different opinions. I think a hygienist should be the one probing or the dentist, but that's not what our statute says. That's our representatives to make that decision if they want to clarify that. I don't think it could be a harmful thing, or it could not be a harmful thing if a dentist allowed that delegation. And we can discipline the dentist that makes a bad choice on standard of care rather than over-regulate.
And that was going to be my next point, which is it safe to say, I don't want to put words in the committee's mouth, that we leave it up to the dentist? If you feel like you've trained your assistant or that assistant has enough training that you feel comfortable allowing them to probe, that's on you. That's your decision as a provider, because ultimately they're under your, they're under, you know, your, that's what I'm looking for.
Your supervision.
Your supervision, thank you. That could be the answer. Maybe that is the answer.
So you think it's okay just to on the job train somebody to perio-probe?
Well, you know, I think if there's technology out there that allows someone to do that and they know it's nothing more than a measurement and someone's just inserting it. If you're actually taking the old fashioned probe that you and I are talking about, I think it actually takes skills. I mean, I know when I got appointed on the rep committee and I hadn't probed anybody in 100 years and we're trying to diagnose it. You know, you can turn that probe at different angles and get different measurements. And there's an appropriate way of doing that. And so there's certainly an educational process for accurate probing. I don't know even today in dental offices how accurate that probing is. I'm sure there's some variation amongst both the hygienist and the dentist. I'm going to say hygienists probably probe better than dentists as far as accurate, because that's what you all do. But I can't say that Dr. Yu's not an expert in probing because that's what he does. That's his specialty.
Right.
But I'd say there's probably a lot of general
Just my assistants.
that don't probe anybody. They expect the hygienist and the hygiene team to do that. So that's why I find it really interesting that there's a dentist that wants to use that as a delegable deal. And if you look at our statute, I think it could be a delegable duty, but it could also become a non-delegable duty depending on the person and what kind of trauma they did by doing the probing.
Yeah.
That's
the
what
problem.
I'm saying. There's such a room for it not being reversible that I don't know. To me, it's kind of a no-brainer.
Right. So you want to propose a rule?
No, I just don't think. I think the answer is no. They can't probe. Period.
I feel the same way.
Okay.
Dr. Maldonado, do you have anything you'd like to add? I don't want to leave you out.
Oh, no, I think everybody said it. I think that, you know, probing is something that I personally would not delegate because they definitely don't have the training. And that's my sentiment.
Thank you.
Okay, for the purposes of the newsletter and for educating everyone, I'm just going to highlight the points made during this discussion. And is that fair?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of, there's still a gray area out there, but
It's a gray area. And I think we can't make rules or make recommendations based on what a person should or shouldn't be doing. So in other words, if an assistant like pushes too hard and not, technically within that 20 newtons of pressure, then they could be penetrating in. But just like, if a dentist, uses too much medications to sedate a patient, we can't make rules in every situation. And that's my concern. But yeah, I think bottom line is that the dentist needs to, if the dentist delegates, they need to show proof that of training, for instance, that they had some training. Yeah.
So I would ask the committee and to think about what is standard of care in the practice of dentistry. Is that a standard of care thing that the dentist would be okay delegating that? Would be my first question. And first, I don't know the answer to that. And then second, when we talk about how much pressure and whatnot, I know when I was on this committee before sunset, there was a ad nauseum discussion about at what grit can a dental assistant use for coronal polishing? Because how much enamel can be removed when they do coronal polishing? Because in statute and hygiene, it talks about removing enamel. And we all know if we do coronal polishing, that's how you get polishing, is you remove enamel. So how much is too much for a dental assistant versus when a hygienist should start doing it? I don't want to open that can of worms necessarily unless the committee wants to go in. We didn't resolve any of it. We talked about it at multiple meetings. And that's kind of where I see this whole thing lining up again. First off, my question was why would a dentist want or need the dental assistant to be the prober in his office? That's why I find that an interesting request. But I'm right there with you, Dr. Yu.
You know,
Oh, sorry. Yes, Dr. Yu.
if we're getting way off track, like Dr. Henderson is, and we talk about irreversible procedures using lasers 115.2. And if a hygienist cuts or does irreversible laser damage, but we don't define what the wattage is, how many joules, and you know, we could make rules on everything, but the bottom line is that it's the onus is to the dentist. I mean,
And there's also a difference thing of an absolute best practice and a blanket prohibition. You know, is it the best practice of the dentist to delegate to the RDA? It sounds like from this discussion, maybe not, depending on their level of education. But should there be a blanket prohibition if the dentist trusts their RDA and has educated him or her? That this is why we had a gray area.
I would leave it like that.
Well, looking at it educationally, we have said in our statute and in our rules that dentists and dental hygienists have to go to a CODA accredited school. And CODA says in their standards, the parameters and everything for periodontal charting. And then in the statute and in our board rules, we talk about how we accept regional exams and the importance, and we've accepted every aspect of those exams, which includes the portion where dental hygienists are actually tested on that specifically being a component of it. And to turn around and say, oh, well, if the dentist thinks they're educated enough, they can do it, is almost like an oxymoron to me. I mean, that just makes no sense at all.
Well, and what worries me a little bit, I mean, we need to be careful in our newsletter because we don't want to give the perception that we're just saying any dentist, if they feel comfortable enough,
Right.
they train them appropriately, because I mean, we know that it varies amongst all providers. And I don't think we should give them a false sense of feeling secure that they feel they've done the appropriate training when, I mean, a lot of education goes into that.
Yeah.
And testing.
And I like the idea of best practice.
Mhm.
You know, it's not what a prudent dentist would do necessarily.
A general dentist may not, or sorry,
No.
a general dentist, you know, may or may not should take on a certain types of root canals either, but they do, you know, and maybe they still have success. So that's still, to me, all within the professional judgment. I'm just being devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I think though that might be a little bit different in that they are board certified, they've been tested, they've passed a rep exam or whatever exam they've taken. And they've seen that they can perform that skill set to a passing level. Whereas there's not a way we can check the auxiliary staff to make sure that these assistants can properly probe. That's what worries me.
So would it be fair to say, and again, we're going to be the ones putting this out, you know, to all of our stakeholders, to say that it is the committee's, you believe that it is not the best practice for an RDA to do probing. Is that just a fair blanket assessment?
As there is no specific training focused on probing at this time.
Okay.
Or we want there to be. Don't say that.
Okay, perfect. Well, you've already said. No, I'm just kidding.
Strike that.
So, that we kind of, I think maybe I was a little concerned of what kind of newsletter, and if we only have one licensee that even has that question, do we need to make a public?
I can just respond to the public question and I can keep it out of the newsletter and we just needed to respond. We get all kinds of public inquiries and we try to answer them when we have the answer. But if you would prefer to not get into this in the newsletter, I could just respond to that one public question and move on from there.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I like that.
Well, and so that's really where I was gonna, so do we need to show a committee vote? Or
No, this isn't an action item. It was
No, I
always
know, but to
previously.
show support that, or is this just discussion? and
This
We're
is just
okay with it?
discussion. I don't think it needs a vote. Do you feel comfortable not having?
I like
Okay.
the way you all have worded that language, that it's probably not best practice, but I don't want to put something out that's gonna be,
Oh, put in a whole form.
because in statute, you got someone who says, well, I'm the guy that's doing it, and can't show me in statute, it's not a delegable deal. And if I can train my own, and I don't really care because it doesn't say you have to train anything if you delegate it. I'm trying to be a little cautious about putting too much out in front.
Yeah, and we don't want to limit, we don't want to limit anybody's, I don't want to misspeak.
Restrict.
I don't want to restrict anybody's practice, right? Thank you, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Thank you. This was the feedback we needed. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. So now we're going to move on to agenda item number 5, committee recommendation and possible action on currently proposed rule from the February 18th, 2022 board meeting, Rule 108.16 teledentistry, published in the March 11th, 2022 issue of the Texas Register. At this time, Ms. Studdard, will you please lead our discussion on this rule?
Yes, so the new rule 108.16 was initially published in the November 12th, 2021 issue of the Texas Register. During the initial public comment period, the board received several stakeholder comments pertaining to the reference of section 108.7 in this rule, specifically pertaining to the board's in-person examination requirement. As a result of stakeholder feedback, the board voted to amend section 108.7 and also voted to repropose this rule with no changes. Both rules were published in the March 11th, 2022 issue of the Texas Register. We received several public written comments, which are in your materials. A summary of the written comments is also included in the rules preamble. Additionally, we received the Regulatory Compliance Division's determination letter, which is also in your materials for review. The division has approved this rule and indicated that the board can move forward with adoption.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Studdard. I think what we might do also is hear from our public comments also.
Yes, the committee chair has, and I discussed hearing from everybody in the public that would like to speak before the committee starts their discussion. Is that okay with everyone? Okay.
Are there comments on the teledentistry rule or the standard of care?
Both people who signed in asked to talk about the teledentistry rule. So is that, okay. So Mr. Holden, would you like to come?
Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody again. I'm Robert Holden. I'm here on behalf of Align Technologies, and I just wanted to thank the board for its time and attention on this issue. You've received and reviewed expert testimony from a variety of folks on the harm as well as the poor outcomes that have been seen by Texas dentists as a result of aligner treatments that have not had sufficient doctor-directed care. I'm not going to rehash that. I did, although I would note that we've just had a lengthy discussion on probing, which is definitely not going to occur if you're beginning orthodontic treatment without an in-person examination. But aside from that, I just wanted to talk a bit more about the Regulatory Compliance Division's determination letter. I thought that there were a number of points in that letter that I'd just like to speak to. As you know, They've determined that the section 1087 and 1016 are consistent with state policy. And they noted that House Bill 2056 and their interpretation would be contradicted by a requirement for an in-person examination prior to the provision of any kind of teledentistry. But I'd like to focus on that last point because they multiple times in that letter indicated that while a blanket prohibition may not be appropriate, that the division recognized that not every procedure can be performed without that in-person examination. And so I think it's worth noting, particularly on page 4, where they even highlight that every treatment may not be appropriate without an in-person examination. They consistently make that point, and also notice that the board has the authority to change the standard of care to reflect that. So I did want to say that we would support an amendment to the proposed rules that would require an in-person examination if there's irreversible treatment that's being provided. We think that it's particularly it's important that the board consider the possibility, and in fact, I think that the fact that you're going to have patients that are receiving orthodontic treatment without ever seeing a dentist in person until that treatment is complete. And we think that is an outcome that really is just absurd when you look at the intent of the underlying legislation. The Texas Court of Appeals in Boykin versus the state of Texas noted that a principle of statutory interpretation is that it shouldn't be interpreted in such a way as to have an absurd outcome. And I think that the division's determination letter made that clear, that the board had within its duty and authority to indicate specific treatments that might require that in-person examination. And so I would again encourage the board to consider an amendment to that effect. And I'm pleased to answer any questions or provide any additional information that I can.
Anyone have any questions? Yes, Dr. Henderson.
Mr. Holder, thank you again coming and being part of here. I have two questions for you. One is, are you telling me that all orthodontic procedures are irreversible?
The board has received testimony. I'm not a dentist, but we've received, or this board has received testimony from Dr. Tadlock and others that have indicated that yes, it is irreversible.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was understanding your position. And then I think I saw where the average aligner treatment is 6 to 8 months. Do you have a study that can verify that, or is that company testimony marketing? We provided expert testimony on that point. Yeah. I'm looking for a study. I'm looking.
I can see if one can be provided. I don't have one.
Okay. I couldn't find one myself either. I saw a lot of marketing about it.
Sure.
But I didn't see any kind of study.
Align obviously knows how long they work with, how long they take. I mean, it's obviously depends on the amount of treatment that needs to be provided.
Or how cooperative the patient. I think most of the line is 22 hours is the minimum for wearing a tray.
Right.
If you wear them 23 hours, you're probably not going to shorten your time. But if you wear them 16 hours, you might be in it for 12 or 14 months.
Absolutely.
And so that's the study I'm really looking for. You know, not how long could we fix these teeth, but what is our average case? We think it's an 8-month case. We sell it as an 8-month case, but in reality, they're wearing trays for 13 months.
I'd be pleased to provide you with that information.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and presenting today and for being patient in this process. I mean, you've been here every time and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And our next speaker is Trey Lawrence.
Good afternoon, everybody. Trey Lawrence on behalf of the American Association of Orthodontists, Texas Association of Orthodontists. So I know it's the obligatory stakeholder thing to get up at the beginning and say thank you all so much for all of your hard work on this. I mean this in the least duty obligated way possible. Seriously, thank you all for all of your hard work on this, because as you guys unfortunately know this has been a very long, arduous process, and we really do appreciate the time and the mental energy that you all have put into this. So speaking on the teledentistry rule, my coincidence, very coincidentally, are going to mirror much of what Mr. Holden just said. So as the AAO and the TAO, really our focus throughout this process has been, we want to give you all the tools that you need through the rule and the input that we provide in this process to put a rule in place that has the clinical support and the legal support, because unfortunately that has to be a consideration in this too, is what is or isn't going to get us sued, or what can we survive? I mean, I say we, you all, it's the dental board, but to give you the tools so that if a patient is harmed, that there is something on the books that you all are able to take enforcement action on and administer the proper discipline when the standard of care is not met. And so that's why, as we look at, this latest draft of the proposed rules, the AAO and the TAO definitely continue to feel more comfortable with the potential amendment to the rule, like Mr. Holden just mentioned, that is a little more specific and specifically for those irreversible procedures would require, in writing, so it's there in black and white. And again, a lot of this mirrors a discussion we were just having. I was listening with intent on the probing and, this discussion about, well, what needs to be there in writing versus what, those kind of things. I think this mirrors along that, but we would definitely feel more comfortable with a rule specifically said that before you begin an irreversible dental procedure, that there needs to be an in-person exam. So, to answer one of the questions, on the irreversible procedures, I think we would agree with Mr. Holden, and the other testimony that's been submitted, we absolutely believe the scientific evidence supports that an orthodontic procedure is an irreversible procedure. And again, I'm not the dentist, this is the law you're talking, but I've studied this enough to know that when you put force on a tooth to move it through bone, it's a process called hyalinization, where the bone actually dissolves, it becomes a gel-like substance, the tooth moves, the bone then reforms. So it's not just, you can't just move the tooth back, it's that the original location really no longer exists because that bone has dissolved and then reformed. So we do believe that the evidence supports that it's an irreversible procedure. But and I think we've made, through the written comments and the oral testimony and previously, we've made, our position, I think, pretty clear that we would prefer a rule that was more specifically stated like that. But really the piece I just want to quickly speak to is with the current draft of the rule, and having read with interest the governor's compliance office's opinion on the rule. I think I also want to start to look, if we're going to move forward with this being the rule, kind of look forward as to what that looks like. And so what I really want to make sure, I certainly feel like it's the AO and the TAO's duty to bring out, is the fact that where the new proposed rule talks about the in-person, it certainly mentions the within a year. That's a part of it, but the governor's office, the compliance office, I think did a really good job of highlighting the fact that it also says, or big major capital letter, or when reasonable and prudent dentist would do an in-person exam otherwise, that's when it should be done, even under the new rule, or as it's proposed. And so that's the piece I really want to focus on, because as I read through the governor's, the compliance office's opinion, I was really encouraged with what I see as the enforcement potential for you all there, even under that draft. And then again, we'd like the more specific, but even under the current draft of the rule, I think the enforcement capability is there because of that, or what a reasonable and prudent dentist would do. And I think the compliance office did a really good job of flagging that may be more restrictive than just the year. And so I know that some other stakeholders who've been active in this process too are going to come in and tell you a couple of things. I think first of all, they're going to focus on that year mark as if that's really what the standard of care is, because it says that. And I think that's to the disregard of the or. The or is what a reasonable and prudent dentist would do. And the other thing they're going to tell you is that there's disagreement among reasonable and prudent dentists as to whether you would do an in-person exam before you start orthodontic treatment. That's the piece I would just absolutely categorically challenge, because I think that the scientific evidence overwhelmingly indicates, for all these reasons, periodontal probing, and we've talked about them at length, but they require that in-person exam before. There's no reasonable and prudent dentist that would not do that in-person exam before you start orthodontic treatment. And I know the stakeholders are going to come in, whether it's tomorrow or on down the road, and they're going to say, well, the American Teledentistry Association, they've got this white paper that establishes that an in-person exam is not needed before orthodontic treatment. I really challenge you all to dig into that and look at what those studies supposedly, what they supposedly say versus what they actually say. And the AAO has a resource on this that we're happy to provide where we dig into those studies. Of those, I think there's 14 studies there. 13 of them have nothing to do with clear aligner orthodontic treatment. They're whether teledentistry alone is sufficient for things like evaluating potential caries or evaluating orthodontic condition for a referral for in-person treatment. So 13 of the 14 have nothing to do with this. The one that does have to do with clear aligner treatment through teledentistry without an in-person exam is funded by one of the major stakeholder companies in this area and was one of those studies that was 10 days from date of submission until date of publication. So you can draw your own conclusions about the scientific reliability of that. So again, like I said, summarize the AO, we would definitely prefer the more specific language that specifically says prior to an irreversible dental procedure or an in-person exam. But I really wanted to flag for you all, I think even under the existing draft of the rule in connection with that governor's compliance decision, I think the groundwork is there for this board to be able to take enforcement action based on the fact that the overwhelming consensus is that a reasonable prudent dentist would not start orthodontic treatment without doing an in-person exam. So again, in a very non-perfunctory way, thank you all so much for everything you've done and happy to answer any other questions you have.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Dr. Henderson.
Trey, thank you for coming and participating. I really could have used you at the last board meeting.
Unfortunately, I've been to Austin a lot lately from St. Louis. I can't make it down for every single one.
No, I could have really used you. So you hit on exactly what my main issue was, adding the at least once a year language, because I wanted to leave it as what a reasonable prudent dentist would do and let the standard of care. And I even questioned the orthodontist who came and testified. I was like, you're trying to tell me right now it's standard of care to see a person, and if I don't make it by rule, you're going to tell me you're going to stop doing it? Let the standard of care and the society set what the standard of care is, and let us enforce the disciplinary of the people who don't follow those rules, because it's going to be different for every specialty and every procedure. Even teledentistry, and those people that do, maybe they don't need to do in person, but maybe they don't need to be doing orthodontist either. So we're in there, we got it published, we got it, because I do think maybe if there's some patients that need to be seen twice or 3 times or 4 times, but our rule just says once. So now we get into a situation where someone says, well, I saw him once. That's all your rule says. So I'm probably going to go with it because I voted, but I needed you on the last meeting. Second of all, since, and this is to probably help some of the angst, if you will, on the rule with either changes or not changes, we have in our rule that final impressions must be made by a dentist. If you're doing irreversible procedures or permanent procedures or removable procedures. Therefore, unless the person is doing their own impression, anybody else who takes a scan or impression that isn't a dentist isn't going to meet standard of care without changing anything in this rule. And so I would hope that orthodontists realize that. Now, I know a lot of orthodontists that let their staff do their scans, and that's a common question I ask when an orthodontist comes and testifies who's allowed to do them, because our rules say that that's the way it's got to be. So hopefully that message could go back to the orthodontist to make them feel comfortable. At least that's the way I see our rules, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And, and any point like that, certainly that specific point in the AAO and the TAO can be a benefit to disseminate a message like that. We're happy to do that because we absolutely, we want everybody, whether you're whatever, often a remote location or in person in state Texas, we want everybody to be in compliance with what the law is. So we'd be happy to disseminate that. And my apologies again on letting you down with the last board meeting. No, and that's why that's really why what I wanted to focus on today was that or in the rule. I think that or is so important. It's a year at minimum or more frequently if you need to. And, I mean, on that point, I printed today, brought with me just in case the two biggest companies in this space and looking at what, I don't have the study that says what the actual treatment times are, but what they say their treatment plans are. One says average treatment plan is 4 months. One says 4 to 6 months. So if you're focused just on the year part of the new rule, then you miss it. That's why my buzzword for Texas is or, because that other piece is in there. And I think the governor's office, the compliance office highlighted the fact that other piece is such an important tool for the future enforcement of this rule going forward.
That was one of my questions of why the timing. I can't find a study. A lot of it's marketing. And okay, maybe it's misleading to the public. I'm not going to get into any of those issues, but the time is certainly an issue, and that's why I didn't want to put a time on there for that reason. But we're there, and I'm with you. It's wordsmithing, and I leave that to the legal counsel to handle that.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
And I'm just curious, are you planning on being at our full board meeting tomorrow?
Yes, definitely. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you all.
The only two public.
You have a question?
Oh, I have a question for you. Do you consider, like, if I did teledentistry and I gave the patient amoxicillin, is that a irreversible procedure?
Wow. I was waiting for someone to throw out, if I call in an antibiotic to someone.
Right, or a metal dose pack for.
Right, even though I've done the medical history and they develop anaphylaxis and died, is that irreversible?
Yeah, is it irreversible?
Yeah. So I
was wondering.
I'm waiting for that conversation to happen. We know it's not irreversible, right? And even if you cure an infection with an antibiotic, do you want them to go back? Is that irreversible? Right? So, I mean,
There's no pill to reverse the anaphylaxis.
right, we're gonna make you get infected again, right? Because we didn't do a hands-on. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so at this time, do we have a motion for our rule? And then we can go into discussion, or would you rather have discussion prior to our motion? It's entirely up to y'all. I will do what y'all feel most comfortable with.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the rule as published in Register February 7th, 27th, 17th. What did you say, Lauren?
March 11th, 2020.
March 11th, 2011.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. So we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maldonado. All right, do we have any discussion at this time?
Now we're in discussion.
Okay,
Any discussion?
all right, hearing none, we're gonna go ahead and take our vote. Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
4.
Miss Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Linda Berg, 4. All right, so we have 5-4-0 against, so our motion carries and passes unanimously. So moving on to agenda item number 6, committee recommendation and possible action on currently proposed rule from the February 18th, 2022 board meeting, Rule 108.7, minimum standard of care general, as published in the March 11th, 2022 issue of the Texas Register. And once again, Ms. Studdard, will you lead our discussion?
Yes, so the amendment changes subsections 3 to 4 to allow for the provision of teledentistry dental services without requiring an in-person examination prior to providing the service, as long as the dentist adheres to the standard of care. We've received several public written comments, which are in your materials. A summary of the written comments is also included in the rules preamble. Based on stakeholder feedback, staff updated subsection 4 to state perform. Each dentist shall perform and review a limited physical examination when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. At a minimum, a limited physical examination should be performed and reviewed annually. This updated change makes it clear that a physical examination is performed rather than maintained. We also received the Regulatory Compliance Division's termination letter, which is in your materials. The division has approved the rule with the updated language to subsection 4 and indicated that the board can move forward with adoption.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Henderson.
By changing the word performed, is that a substantial change that would require republication of reposting of this publication? In your opinion, do you think maintain or obtain versus performing is upset? Can you explain to me in a legal what the difference is of that?
Substantive versus non-substantive change, I think it's, if we're like changing the language of the rule completely, it's more of a substantive change. Here, it's more just kind of a cleanup. We know that a physical exam is performed versus it being maintained.
So that's kind of where I am. I like the word performed and maintaining, I mean, obtaining or how I got it. And I guess I'm being a devil's advocate here because let's say I'm doing teledentistry, but I send the patient to get the physical evaluation and they send me those records. I didn't personally do it and I get the records. Is that adequate or do I actually need to be the one to do it? And I guess that's what I'm asking. By changing that language, does that not make that as an implied position? Yes.
I know you don't like when I jump in with legal questions, so that's why I raised my hand.
Well, I'm not even here, but I recognize you anyway.
Not like you're a lawyer.
So it's all about intent, right? And so the intent here is to clarify what the Regulatory Compliance Division and board staff, legal staff believed was the committee and the board's position on that the examination must be performed, not just maintained. Maintained was already verbiage in there that was not clear. And so it's not a substantive change because the intent of the rule is not changing. I hope that helped.
Yes, Dr. Yu.
Totally agree. No, okay. No, I think to Dr. Henderson's point was that there is language that it should be. And, you know, from legal, I'd like to know how the board interprets should, you know, when something should be done, like administration of halcyon, you know, in office should be done.
Yeah.
You know, can you kind of explain what a prudent dentist would do when they read that language?
Yeah, anytime there's a should be language in the rule, that's just, it's best practice for the dentist to do that. It's not a must or requirement for the dentist to do that. It's best practice.
And would that need to be documented in any way or?
It's probably best practice to document. Yeah.
We have reasonable and.
And your question is should versus shall, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Shall means yes, you have to. Should is this is what the board has determined is the best practice.
Weren't they going to try to stop eliminating those two language verbiage?
Yes, there was Supreme Court action about it, but we're not discussing that here today.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Did that answer the question though about whether okay.
So for Dr. Burke, for motion, our published rule does not say perform. So if you wanted to make a motion to adopt with the language performed, we need to add that language as Ms. Studdard talked about.
I would do that to make it clear. Yeah.
Okay. So I'd make a motion that we adopt 108 and add the word perform for the in place of maintain as suggested
Okay, thank
by
you.
stakeholders.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. So Dr. Henderson made a motion with the change where we will place perform instead of maintain. Do we hear a second? Ms. Palermo seconded. Okay, now we will take our vote. Dr. Brian Henderson.
Did you have any further discussion?
Oh, any discussion? Sorry. Any other?
Ms. Maldonado, do you have any discussion?
No, I agree with that, changing the perform instead of maintain.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if there's no further discussion, then we're going to go ahead and take our vote. Brian Henderson.
Four.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
4.
Miss Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. David Yu.
4.
And Dr. Linda Burke, 4. So once again, we had 5-4-0 against, so our motion carries unanimously. That's good. I feel we did our public comments, so I don't think we have any other public
Did we
comments.
have
do
any?
we?
No.
Okay, so public comments were done. Any announcements? All right, and seeing no announcements, do I hear a motion to adjourn our meeting? Dr. Henderson?
Make a motion, please.
Thank you. A
I'll
second?
second.
Ms. Palermo with a second. All in favor, please say aye or show of hands.
All right.
Aye.
So our meeting is now adjourned and the time is 12:34.
Yes.
I'd like to now call the May 12th, 2022 Disciplinary Review Committee of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners to order. The time is now 1:02 p.m. I'd like to remind the board members, if you have a secondary device, especially if you're remote, to mute and then unmute yourself as appropriate. And I will try to recognize names for comments and for voting purposes. I'd like to now read the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related informational services to licensees and their patients. Now for roll call, I'll call on Ms. Nichols to do that for us, please.
Yes, Dr. Robert Neal.
Present.
Dr. David Yu.
Present.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
Present.
Thank you so much. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Now let's see, let's move on to item number 3, committee recommendation of possible action on remediation programs in disciplinary proceedings. I believe Ms. Camp, are you going to lead us through that discussion?
Yes, sure. So at the last board meeting, committee meetings, we had a discussion about, how to use remediation programs in our disciplinary proceedings. This would be different than licensing situations in which a applicant has failed sections of their licensing exam and need to perform remediation before we'll give them a license. This is for already licensed dentists under our jurisdiction. So I tried to do some research, not a ton out there as far as programs that are, even really the Dakota accredited schools I had some problems with, including our 3 Texas schools, 3 of our Texas schools. And so Dr. Melcher was very kind to help put me in touch with the PACE program down at UT Houston. So in your committee materials, you'll see the questions that I asked, some really thorough responses from staff down there. It was very helpful. Their program flyer, that sort of a thing. And just in general, I would say like even across the country, you can find some information about remediation programs, that could accredited programs, but it's a little sparse. And really the same thing comes up, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's that everything's variable. All of our schools seem to really want to help people where they are, meet them where they are and help them with specific issues. So because of that, you can't get a lot of detail necessarily, but they are out there, right? So with this, I think the conversation that really needs to be had now is, when is remediation appropriate? How do we want to utilize remediation programs? And I think we do need to discuss the importance of really sticking with our rules, or at least kind of being similar to our rules, requirements of these programs being quota accredited, if that's so what the committee wishes. And that is just mainly because, again, consistency within our rules. But also, I'd like for you all to keep in mind that when we talk purely remediation, we are talking very, very, very few circumstances. And we're talking about practitioners of ours that we've seen a repeated pattern of being deficient in an area, for instance, endo or crown bridge restorations, any of that sort of a situation. One of the things I think we've talked about too is the cost of all of these things. And that's something else I'd like for you to keep in mind too, because we're talking about such a small number of licensees and situations, we're not going to be just handing out willy-nilly remediation programs. And we do want our licensees to have the flexibility to be able to choose their own program. We don't want to endorse any one program over the other. But with that in mind, that's the information I have. It looks like also we had someone send in some information about the credits remediation structures and remediation. I unfortunately did not have an opportunity to review that before this committee meeting, as it was sent this morning. I can review it for tomorrow's board meeting, no problem. But that's just kind of my lay of the land. They're out there. We need to use them if we want to use them. We just, need to kind of think how we want to really utilize them.
Questions for Ms. Camp?
I think just a comment is, I know they said that they tailor it towards the need of the individual. So this is for dental, but as well as for hygiene, right?
Yes.
That was including hygiene with the, I know like in the hygiene department, they have done specific,
yes,
such, the curriculum or what it is, the deficiency that they were in. So I think it's great that if we can obtain these, and that way we, as the Texas State Board, that we do act as a resource for individuals, not only for repeated issues, but I think in general, just that someone could go onto our website and see what kind of programs, there are if they're in need of something.
Sure. And I think to that extent, it is a little difficult if you're going to run into the same issue that I kind of run into with, which is finding that information, tracking someone down who can provide that information. And, then also like you do kind of run up against the issue of it is being so tailored. But yes, it's out there. And certainly, we can try and reach out to our other middle schools to see if they have anything similar. If you would like for that information to be out there, but I would, I don't know that dentists themselves outside of a disciplinary action would necessarily put themselves through a remediation.
I would 100% agree on that. Dr. Yu.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. So when a dentist or a new dentist fails web or CDCA, same 3 times, they're going to have to take remediation. It's kind of the same thing, 80 hours.
It's, well, yes and no, right? It can be tailored. I think that's part of the problem with saying, for certain, like, this is what the program is, this is how many hours it is. It's all tailored to the individual, which is great. I believe
Is $56,000
Is
to
a
a
lot.
dental student?
It's a lot.
And I bet it happens more than we think when they fail 3 times.
Well, in the state of Texas,
I
we
don't
do have
have
to approve those, so we're.
And I think one of the overreaching or the overarching points here is, I think from a board member standpoint, we wanted to have some mechanism in place when there are, for lack of a better term, repeat offenders for the same issue that is online CE or a class. Is that going to really appropriately remediate someone if it's a restorative issue or an endo issue? And we always sort of look to y'all during ISC times to kind of make sure that as board members, we know what our options are on the table. And we wanted to have the respondent to have some flexibility and some options to pick things that would fulfill their obligations. But what I project is probably over the next year, as we get more familiar with these programs, we'll look to y'all to really help us out during ISCs on that component.
And I think that's the right idea, right? It's another tool in our toolbox, should we need it. In a very limited circumstance. We're not talking about, just a one-off really bad, root canal situation. We're talking repeat that we continue to see, and we're not quite ready to say you shouldn't have a dental license. We want to get you some help first. But yes, absolutely, tool in the toolbox that we can help you all talk through. And then, like we've kind of said in the past, we don't want to necessarily endorse any one particular program. But knowing that they're out there for our licensees to find is really what we've kind of come around to with this.
And when you mention the issue with CODA approved programs to sort of jive with some of our other rules, would a non-CODA approved remedial program be an issue for us if the respondent wanted to take that?
It would be up to the committee, because again, this isn't in rule. We don't have a rule about requirements for remediation for licensees.
Right.
From what I'm seeing, it's likely going to be a CODA approved program. Obviously, there are some out there that we're aware of, or we're getting more information on, like I said, credits in this. And we've been aware of Promethean previous to this, and now they're becoming CODA approved. So that's even better, easier for us. But it's really up to you all as a committee. I think from my perspective, it's easier to make it a blanket statement of saying, okay, we think you're very deficient in this. And this is the same requirement we would have of a new licensee. If you're at that level where we think you need remediation, I think it only makes sense to say, okay, like everything else that we're requiring, you need to go to a CODA approved program. You need that education from educators, people who are teaching this and in the field of it in that way. But again, it's not in the rule. It's my perspective, and I certainly defer to you all and what you all believe is best for our licensees.
Any further questions at all for Ms. Camp or any other comments?
Ms. Jones is the one who gave us the information about the credits remediation program. So FYI.
Okay. Yes. Dr. Melcher.
So I'm going to come at it from a different point of view, not just from an ISC perspective, but I can see where when they fail, their REBS exams 3 times and they need a program. I wonder if we have this to offer to individuals that are deficient or that we see repetitive situations for a provider. Is that just like putting a Band-Aid on it, or is it because truly that individual is competent in the procedures or the profession? I mean, especially we've been in COVID for a couple of years. There's some individuals that say, the competency level of our graduates may not be as it was prior to COVID. And I get that, I see that. But I wonder, is is there a way to differentiate, and have guidelines like who is truly a good candidate for this remediation versus someone that we feel like could be harming the public?
It's an interesting question. Because like so much of what we do as attorneys is the answer is it depends. I think it is, and that's the reason why we are so lucky to have all of you on our board that come to ISCs and review these cases and make these determinations. Every situation is just going to be a little bit different, and I think it's really hard to say absent a patient death, and even then it can get a little tricky. Absent or severe patient harm, it is very difficult to take someone's license away, without exhausting all of our possible remedies. So there will probably be situations where the person is bad, but not bad enough to harm someone, lasting harm, death, those sorts of situations, in which this would be an appropriate step before going to a more severe sanction of enforced suspension or revocation. And I don't know that we really want to have additional guidelines outside of what we already have in our disciplinary matrix to kind of make these decisions. If you're looking at a case where you're thinking like, oh man, this person needs to be enforced suspended or maybe even revoked, depending on what the situation is, then remediation will probably be an appropriate first step to consider, right? But every case is going to be different. Everyone has different history. The level of actions that led to the harm is different. I don't want us to box ourselves in on when we use remediation, when we don't use remediation. The question is more, what types of programs do you want to see? How in depth, those sorts of situations.
Yeah, and to the point that Ms. Camp is making, that another tool in the ISC toolbox is practice restrictions. So sometimes the ISC will say, look, we've seen you a couple times on endo, and don't do any more endodontic work. And we're going to put a practice restriction on you for 5 years. And then, so that's also, one of the tools. And there's an argument to be made. Is that more restrictive, or is sending them through remediation on endo?
Or restrict the practice until satisfactory completion of remediation.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. Endo.
Very similar to what we.
And I think I want to make one comment, and then I'm going to invite Dr. Hanlon if you want to come up to the podium area there. I think I speak for the entire committee and the entire board when I say the feedback that you guys give us in ISCs from a legal perspective is phenomenal, and that's just continued to improve throughout my time on the board. And it's appropriate to have give and take there. And I know we've had a lot of give and take specifically with me, and that sort of that can sharpen the thought pattern, and I think ultimately it can help serve. So I would just keep continuing to encourage you guys to give guidance as you seem appropriate. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, since we've been talking about remediation programs, we're going to have Dr. Hanlon with Promethean. I know you spoke very briefly in licensing. Many of us have had the opportunity to evaluate your system at Dr. Yu's office. Why don't we go ahead and have you talk to us a little bit?
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. It's a pleasure to be here, everyone. Thank you. So I asked Casey if it would be okay for me to come because I wanted to give you some updates. The last time I had the pleasure of presenting to this board, we were fairly new in the remediation process. And so I wanted to give you some updates and some questions that came up in our conversation earlier. I wanted to address some of those as well. One is we have partnered with Lincoln Memorial University in Knoxville, Tennessee. We are going to be an accredited program. We actually are doing a more than cursory partnership with the university, and that has resulted in the development of what we're calling the Performance Institute. Because of what we have seen over the last couple of years, and of course being in education for a very long time, I saw the same thing happening to our students. The experiences they had in clinical before they graduated during the last 3 years have been challenging. And it's not any one of the students' fault. It is what happened during that time. But what we're seeing is, and what people have come to us, different organization in the DSO spaces, and have said to us, you do this remediation program, can you help us address some of the issues we're seeing with some of the graduates that we're paying a lot of money to hire, because they do pay stipends to draw recent graduates to an area to practice. And when they get there, unfortunately, they're not able to practice to the level that they were expecting. So we have developed a robust program called the Performance Institute. It will be finished by the end of August. And, once I have more development done on all of this and how it's going to work, I will certainly reach out to the board to update you. We have updated our course list. It does include things like, oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank now, of course, because I was thinking about it. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let me come back to that. I apologize. Drug trafficking, opioid. There's something on, I will send you, I will send you the course list so that we don't have to go through this. Well, and we have developed a great risk management program. That's something you might want to consider, evaluating some of your licensees with. And one of the things, so the most common courses that I have found that we are addressing with our licensees when we are requested to do remediation is the fact that they are making unethical decisions. So ethics is a big course, record keeping is a big course. So those two topics are clearly something that some dentists are challenged with. Now, equally, we do a fair amount of hands-on evaluations, mostly, unfortunately, older docs that are staying because financially they can't afford to retire and they may be staying too long. So, we have to have a way to support them. And the way I always explain my role when I meet with licensees is I'm consider me Switzerland. The board has hired us to do something to help support you. And my job is to get you there. So I'm in the middle, but I have to respect the fact that I'm also beholden to the board, and you have to be safe to work in the public. But you have to get back to work, and I understand that. So that's how we work through the process of remediation. And, we have developed a monitoring program as well, so that if by chance somebody needs monitoring on their record keeping, we work with local dentists in the area to determine how we can support that licensee as well. So lots of great things happening. Our courses are being developed. I was explaining earlier that one of the things that we're doing with Lincoln Memorial is we're using their faculty to develop the curriculum. So it's almost like going to dental school. So we can support your candidates that are struggling with the licensing process, may have to go back. We are doing recertification. I don't know if that's something that is challenging in the state of Texas. And I'm happy to give you guys any kind of referral that you might need of boards that we have been working with on all of these programs. Lastly, the time I know is an issue. So all of our coursework is done didactically online. So they don't have to go anywhere to do that. So they don't have to go to a university. They don't have to come to Lincoln Memorial. So if you have a course that you want them to take, we can actually tell you how long they spend on the course, when they start, when they finish, and how they do on the exam. So for the first time, you have a way to know that they have completed a course curriculum that has objectives, has an outcome. They've done well. They get an assessment after the fact. So they can't just go on vacation and come back and say they completed the course. And the cost. I know that this is a big factor for a lot of licensees. One of the challenges that we have is everybody has overhead, right? So we are going to have overhead costs with Lincoln Memorial, but it's going to be less. So I think as time moves on, we're going to see our costs go down. And at this point, it's $8,000 a day. So you can use that as a rule of thumb. If somebody has to come into our facility, it'll be $8,000 per day. We do practice sessions, and then we do licensing exam type of sessions. So if you want somebody to be tested, we're happy to do that. So we provide educators that work one-on-one during the practice time, and then educators that oversee the exam portion of it.
Just a question on that. Say we had an issue with a licensee for fixed.
Orthodontics?
Fixed. And what would they do within your organization for remediation? Say we want remediation and we'd like some sort of examination.
Okay, so.
That'd be a 2-day.
Yeah, how many hours is the board ordering though?
So we have 4 didactic courses that are available for prosthodontics. So it depends on what you're seeing.
Hands-on.
And then we have an additional hands-on. So to do the hands-on, we could do a half a day practice and a half a day exam on prosthodontics.
And that'd be 8 hours in total.
8 hours in total.
And that'd be a 1-day.
That would be a 1-day event for $8,000. Right. Okay. And so for each one of those 4 courses, it's $2,000 a course. And those are, right now, they're complete curriculums out of a dental school. So it's divided into 4 different divisions. One is assessment, one is treatment planning. Another one is integration into all the specialties. And then the last one is lab integration. So it does test some digital knowledge, because all of that is becoming a factor too. Using equipment that you don't really truly understand how to use. So we are trying to stay up to date with where current dental education is, in addition to adding all of the additional digital stuff and the new technology that's coming, because that's what we do, is all technology. So with that, I'll let you guys answer, ask me any questions, but that's all I wanted to do, is just update you where we are.
Dr. Melcher, did you have a question?
I have a couple of them. So first one is, who's providing these courses? Are they licensed dentists and dental hygienists?
So when we do coursework in-house, it is licensed dentists and licensed hygienists. Yeah.
And then you mentioned that you wanted to hire us, the board, to offer this program. Is that correct?
Oh, no. You misunderstood.
Okay.
And I must have misspoke. I apologize.
Just wanted to make sure.
No.
So it would just be strictly just,
You could
refer if.
Exactly.
Or we just give you as a list of.
Exactly. Now, I will tell you that presents a challenge for us a little bit, because we have no information. And so to develop a program for a licensee in a state, not knowing the background and understanding what you want from this licensee. So we need guidance from that standpoint. So if you could provide some kind of general guidance to us for what this person might be calling us about, that would be helpful. And go ahead, Casey.
So, yeah, thank you. So, when our board is ordering remediation, because it's a non-licensing issue, it's a practice issue. That person's gonna come to you with an order that says,
perfect,
I'm terrible at endodontics or fixed prosthodontics or whatever.
And to that too, with our orders, usually how that would work, which we have the requirement of remediation, but that order will also have findings of facts about what was deficient. That I hope.
Perfect. And that's all I needed. That's all I need.
Okay, good. Because our investigative files are confidential. So really.
Exactly.
And like you kind of said before, we don't necessarily want to look like we're endorsing any one particular program. We might get that, but if our order has enough, then certainly,
That's all I need, is just the order. And then on a time constraint, the secondary challenge we have is sometimes the state gives a year or 2 for the remediation to be completed. That's a challenge, because it means that they're out there practicing. Maybe some states don't take their license away. Some states don't limit what they're practicing on, like you guys might for endodontics or whatever the deficiency is. So from my perspective, at least from what I see on the other side and what I'm addressing with the remediation programs, is that I see that it's a long time to wait. and more potential for issues for patients. So I think the sweet spot is around 3 months. And if I could encourage you to limit it to that, that just would be my recommendation.
Our normal is 6, so
Excellent.
yes,
Excellent.
that's our baseline.
Excellent, excellent.
That's
true.
the bigger issue.
And another issue to keep in mind too, is I've actually seen orders where the board has said you cannot practice until you go. And
Perfect.
so that usually lights a fire.
That does light a fire.
Dr. Yu?
So can you explain a little bit about your relationship or Promethean's relationship with the AADB and their remedial program?
So we actually work for the AADB. This is the AADB's program. It's not our program. We were hired, we collaborated with them. We had developed a program and went to the AADB and they took it on. And
So for the board standpoint, would we, how would the order go if the, let's say the respondent calls the board and says, hey, I need advice about which hands-on course or remediation course to take, and would we say remediate program is an option?
yes, so what you can do is either you can refer it to AADB and they always get in touch with me, or you can refer it directly to me because I lead that program for.
And I think to get back to an earlier comment from Ms. Camp, we're trying not to promote one
One
specific
company,
program.
exactly.
We're trying to have an order that there may be 1 or 2 that qualify. We probably are best served, and the respondents probably best served if we have a group that we can say, okay, here's some options that exist. We may have to have some goalpost ranges, perhaps, as far as hours and whatnot, for programs to adequately qualify. And this is a newer approach that we're trying, and there seems to be some benefits here. Sure. Dr. Melcher.
I had a follow-up from my previous question about who was providing these courses. So are these individuals, and say like at the dental school, if they're deficient in endodontics, they're going to be under the endodontic department. So it's going to be an endodontist that is providing this.
Once we go to
education.
LMU, yes.
So they will be specifically given by the appropriate specialty or what have you. And also, do they have any type of educational methodology background as well, is my question.
Well, if they're faculty members, then they do.
So these faculty members that you have for your company come to your site, is that to provide this remediation program?
So right now, we are moving to Lincoln Memorial University. So we won't have a site in Georgia anymore. We are actually moving our whole location up to Knoxville.
Okay, so then our Texas person would have to go to Knoxville, excuse me, for this thing.
That's correct.
And that's historically how it's been. I mean, when I was a staff attorney, we ordered a dentist to go to a remediation program in Colorado. It was just, that was the program that met the needs of that individual. I mean, that was probably more strict than what our board would do now, but that's just what we did at the time.
And I would say even in the state of Texas, you'd likely have to go down to Houston or San Antonio, El Paso.
I just think if they were from Austin, you're gonna go to Houston, you're gonna go to Nashville, or.
Sure. But the flip side of that is it could be more cost encouraged to actually go to Knoxville, based on that too. So it's one way or the other. And on a personal note, I lived in Knoxville for a little while, so it's a great place to be.
It actually is a great little city.
It's really
a city.
Dr. Yu, did you have a comment?
Yeah, quick question. Okay, so we know that you can kind of customize and tailor the course, towards the problem. But who determines, we're probably going to say like, oh, you need this many hours of record keeping and, whatever. And then like 6 hours of hands-on. Who determines whether it's going to be mannequin or, semi-dominant, for instance?
So that is something the board can decide. And I missed explaining this to you. If the board decides $8,000 a day is too expensive, you can set the terms on that. Now, it's unlikely that we'll go below $5,000, but you can make the decision to say, look, whatever the case may be, we want this person to do this, but we want you to only charge them $5,000. We're willing to do that.
I just want to step in as the executive director to say that we wouldn't engage in any of the contract. That would be between our licensee and the program.
Well, I just wanted you to know that we offer that as a possibility. So, and I do work with, many licensees contact us and I do work with them to either break it up in payment plans or, smaller chunks, just to make it, yeah.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
I have a.
No, in terms of, in terms of the actual, course, I guess, methods to mediate this person. I mean, the board really isn't going to say, oh, you need 3 hours of simulation and then 3 hours of mannequin. You know what I mean?
So the way we do it, I'm a committee of 3. So two of the owners of Promethean Dental Systems also did remediation for the state of Georgia. And both of them and myself, being the lead person that connected with the Massachusetts State Dental Board on all of the cases that were in front of the board for Tufts University. And I was a liaison when I was president of the Mass Dental Society to the board. So, my participation in the board covers those things, and I've been exposed to court cases for 10 years. So I understand how most of it works. I don't understand it from your seat in the chair, but I do understand, what the expectations are, let's just say. And every board is different. And that's why getting to know boards and getting to know your board philosophy is critically important to me, because then I can get you back to where you want, what you want. So, I want to be as supportive as possible, but, every state is different. And so we're just willing to work that through. So to answer your question, when we look at something, it depends upon, so for example, we had one case where someone was referred to us from a state and they had 4 different complaints. And in that 4 different complaints, we put out a graph that indicated they were struggling with 6 different areas in one, 4 different areas in another. And then we looked at the ones that were the repeaters. And those repeaters were the ones that we concentrated on the most. And we didn't require them to do everything, but once that proposal is done, we send it back to the board. The board has an opportunity to evaluate that proposal and approve it. If you don't want that to happen, that's fine. But the licensee can bring that proposal back to you and you can say yay or nay to it.
That's what we.
And it would support you.
So I have more of a comment for Dr. Hanlon, and just wanted to say thank you for being here to talk to us about this. And just even from the beginning, and our board members who went to the AABB meeting and first found out about this, we're having this really important conversation about remediation and what we want that to look like for our licensees. So thank you for being with us. Also, I'm kind of becoming the remediation guru over here. I didn't part of my job title, but if you would ever like to connect, and I'm happy to talk you through our process and what we're kind of thinking whenever we get a board order, I'm happy to do that. And I can give you my card whenever we're done.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hanlon.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure being in Austin. Thank you for having me.
And just to echo those comments, we need y'all to really help us as we figure out the opportunities and benefits of these types of programs. So
Casey, I'll connect with.
Yeah, I'll give you her contact info. I know you've got board members waiting to see their demonstration.
Oh, yes. So I'll have to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, MJ.
okay, let's see. Let's move on to item number 4. And item number 4 is talking about an issue that I was exposed to. And this is more just to bring up an idea. I want to sort of get you guys thinking of a process that we can talk about more fully at our next disciplinary review committee. And part of it is to address the issue of how can we be perhaps a little less reactionary and a little more proactive or preventative in nature. I was exposed to it through a regulatory compliance professor who was part of a blue ribbon panel on aviation safety with the FAA. And doing what we do, a lot of it is disciplinary, and it's a complaint generated type of process a lot of times. And I think we certainly do things that can be preventative. We do things that can be proactive. From a performance measurement standpoint, we have lots of things like the number of complaints we get, the number of non-jurisdictional complaints that we get, self-report hospitalizations, the number of people that enter into PRN each year. So there's some data points there that if we can look at things and say, should we adjust our approach with some of these different mechanisms at play? I know through the years on the board, several of us have kind of talked about issues like that to say, boy, I wish we could be more preventative in nature. And once again, from my standpoint, I think getting an idea out there, I want you all kind of thinking about that as an approach. If you have comments right now, as you hear me talk about this, I would certainly be open to hear what you're thinking. Comments? Questions? Dr. Maldonado, do you have any questions, concerns? She's probably muted. Just wanted to make sure.
I think you're still on mute. Sometimes it's a little finicky.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, and what I'll try to do, the material that I sent out, the first couple pages were a little dry, but it gets to the point of how can we decrease the bad and increase the good. And if we go back to, just reading our mission, related informational services to licensees and to the patients, I think we've utilized the newsletter in ways that we haven't done before. And to maybe look at those mechanisms and see, are we able to see the percentage of people that actually open the newsletters, for instance?
Oh, I would like to know that as well.
Because usually, and I do know some of that information, and our TDA folks over there may, they probably look at metrics. Yeah. And I know a lot of people have shifted from a publication to now it's online, and they know if you click on to open the email to look at it. So that's probably something good to know. Is written word the most appropriate and most effective? At this fellowship I did, it was pretty interesting. We had this expert on communication, and you can have different ways of putting information out there. And if it's too complex in wording, if it's too complex in wording, you're going to get a really low response rate. Versus sometimes you do things in simpler English, and with what we do, and we're a rules-based organization, we've got to have rules affiliated there. But if you start off with some common language, perhaps for instance with the complaint initiation process, there's a lot of things that are non-jurisdictional. And if you look at our page, it talks about a bunch of rules and it gets complex, and it's just easy to click the link to file the complaint, as opposed to perhaps the first paragraph talks about things that are non-jurisdictional. These are things that we can't do something about. So it may be an interplay of what we think as a board. I think staff are probably going to have perhaps some ideas on things we can do differently. I think stakeholders would be a group that would make sense to reach out and to see what their ideas are. Because once again, if we can be preventative and proactive and prevent some of the inputs, then that certainly can help us out a lot. Comments from anyone here? Any comments from any of the staff online at all? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to, and so I guess the outcome of that is I'd like it on the agenda for our next meeting.
Your general counsel's on top of it.
Perfect. All right. Item number 5, I believe we have a presentation or someone here with affiliated monitors. Is that a?
Yes, they are
correct
both
statement?
virtually on waiting. We can let them in.
Let's go ahead and let them in.
No public comment.
Oh, welcome to the folks from affiliated monitors.
Hi, everyone.
Hi there, welcome to the Disciplinary Review Committee. And we are to hear your presentation. If you keep it to about 5 minutes would work great in our time range that we have.
Okay, sure. I have another person, Denise Moran. She might be coming on too. It's so great to meet all of you. My name is Deanne Conroy. I work with a great company called Affiliated Monitors. And what we do is we offer our services to enhance the board services that the governments don't want to pay for. For example, let's say you have a practitioner who is needs some help in his skills, let's say. So you send him to an educational program, which is great. But then what? How do you know that he is actually integrated what he's learning into his day-to-day practice? That's what you really want to know, right? And the only way you're going to get that is to go with a third-party independent monitor. Affiliated Monitors has been around since I can't even remember now. We're in our 18th year, however that math works out. We're in 42 states. We do a lot of healthcare board work. And so how it would work is in your board order to your respondent practitioner, you say the board's putting you on 2 years probationary license. And in that 2 years, what we expect you to do is pay this fine, take this course, and be monitored during the term of probation. Then what that means is the practitioner is the one who pays for our services. It doesn't cost the board anything. Most of us that work with affiliated monitors have been in Casey's position, for example. We've been executive directors of boards. We've been the counsel for boards. We've headed out the Complaints and Investigations Bureau for boards. So we know exactly what you guys want and the fact that states don't always give you the resources you need to do the kind of job that you want to do. So that's what we're here to do. I've supplied for you a health services sort of 2-page look at what Affiliated Monitors does. And then I've given you a sample dental report. And this will give you an idea of what our report looks like. We hire dentists from Texas to be the monitors. And so we try to find a really good fit with the practitioner. The board tells us what to look for. He got in trouble for A, B, and C. Make sure he's doing better on A, B, and C. We tell that to our monitor. The monitors review records, and we give a quarterly report to the board. It's very detailed, and you can tell how the person is doing from report to report. And we tell the practitioners, we're independent. So you may be paying us, but we're going to tell the board like it is, good, bad, and if there's ugly, we tell them that too. So it's just a way to enhance the services that the board already has. Because let me tell you from personal experience, if something hits the front page of the paper, you don't want to be on it. And so if something happens with that practitioner, something horrible, and it gets on the news, and they say to the board, well, you're supposed to be, you put him on the probationary license, wasn't somebody watching him? And you don't want to be in a position where you say, well, we don't really have the funds for that. We don't really do that service. So that's kind of an overview of what Affiliated Monitors does. Do you guys have any questions?
Yes, I do. Can I ask you, with the process that you just spoke of, is there any hands-on remediation by your affiliated dentist? And I'm assuming that dentist is actually in the office with the licensee in question?
Well, we have done what we call over-the-shoulder reviews, and that's when they're in the same office and doing an over-the-shoulder evaluation. We have done that before. Most of our business comes from reviewing records remotely.
Gotcha.
And then the practitioner and the monitor develop not only like a monitorship kind of an arrangement, but also someone who can really lead the practitioner into the kind of dentistry you'd want him to be performing?
We do a lot of mentoring.
Yeah.
And so that mentoring can take place sometimes in the office. With COVID, we've had to move it outside of the office to do a little bit more remote by virtual platforms like Zoom, such as what you're doing today. And we really want, and my experience in being on the dental board in Tennessee as their counsel and their ED, we really want to see the dental professionals make those types of improvements that the board expects for minimal competency. And it could be anything from clinical documentation, decision-making, to supervision, a delegation of duties, boundary issues. So we've dealt with the gamut of the dental profession, and with all three of those, the registered dental assistant and the dental hygienist as well.
Any questions from the board members? Dr. David Yu.
Two questions. The doctor that monitors the licensee is Texas licensed?
If we can possibly find a Texas licensee to do it, yes. In our other states, we do obtain and train, specially train monitors within those states who have those licenses, have those backgrounds. If it's a specialist, like I have right now, an oral surgeon case in North Carolina, but we are going outside of North Carolina to use someone because of the high degree of competition with this particular oral surgeon. So in that instances, we would go to the board and get permission of the board to use someone else.
And I guess just on that comment, if I can talk with legal counsel and anyone with a law degree and sense of our rules, would that be doing an over-the-shoulder look at a practitioner in the state of Texas and giving comments about clinical care? Would that be practicing dentistry? And it may be and then to your comment, I think what I heard you say is in a case where you could not have a licensed dentist from the individual state, you would reach out to the board for approval.
Absolutely. We always reach to the board to seek pre-approval of every monitor that we use, because we understand, as having been in your seats, that there are things going on behind the scenes sometimes, and we would never want to be in that position where we would use someone who is already compromised. We just wouldn't know it, and that would be our comfort levels to speak with you first.
And I'll make my question somewhat rhetorical on that. Dr. Melcher.
So you mentioned that an oral surgeon would be trained by another oral surgeon. So are you saying that the people on staff with your company consist of all different specialties, oral surgeons, endodontists? Because I almost got the sense that you said y'all were training them. So are you an oral surgeon that would train this individual to monitor?
We would train this individual to monitor in accordance with the monitoring procedures that AMI would put into place.
What is your background?
I'm a JD.
Surgeon?
No. But what I'm saying is our procedures that we use, the training that we use, we will vet the monitor in accordance with licensure regulations. We will also train the monitor in our procedures, how to use our proprietary assessment tools, how to go about the mechanics of the monitoring process. The clinical issues are the purview of the clinician. And that's why we go to the extent that we do to vet that clinician and also speak with the board and seek approval of that clinician to serve as that particular monitor for that particular case.
Terrific.
I have an
You're the
answer.
last.
And no.
Oh,
to
an
your
answer to my question?
Yeah. So I think to your question of an out-of-state dentist monitoring a dentist here in Texas, it could potentially be the practice of dentistry under 251.003 subsection 9, which relates to controls, influences, attempts to control, influence, or otherwise interferes with the exercise of a dentist's independent professional judgment regarding diagnosis and treatment of a dental disease, disorder, or physical condition. So it would be something we could potentially need to do a little bit more research.
Terrific. Thank you very much for your the board. Thank you for answering our questions. And I think it's great for us to have this as an option and opportunity if we need that.
You're
Thank
very
you
welcome.
so much. We're very happy to have been here today.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's see. Public comments. I hear we have no public comments. That's terrific. I have, not that we don't welcome public comments. Announcements. Do you have an announcement? Dr. Melcher, do you have
Announcement.
a
I'm
comment?
happy to be here.
Oh, terrific. We're happy to have
Yeah,
you.
And I don't know if this has to go for an agenda item for the next meeting in this committee, but soliciting these companies such as what we've heard from these last two individuals, is this the route that the full board wants to see go forward? And then also with concerns about who is providing the educational component to these licensees, because I really do have a problem if they're being taught by someone to monitor and they're not even a healthcare provider or a dentist. I feel strongly against that.
And to hear your comments, that may be something that we all can talk about, and maybe, it's going to be an evolving process, and there's so many options that are coming out. We have what did you call yourself? The remediation guru, the remediation guru. Perhaps, it may make sense if you think to get that on the agenda for the next meeting, and that's where code approval kind of helps out. But there's a host of people. We don't want to affiliate with one specific program to say you need to do this.
And I think too, when a licensee comes before us and they're said, okay, you need to have this, that, it's their responsibility to go forth and find out what they need to do. They're grown individuals. We shouldn't have to be providing to them, here's a list of places, here's a list of
other
resources.
than goalposts out there. So we kind of,
you can have
so we
it
have
on
a
the
standard.
website if we chose to. We don't even have to. But again, I just feel like that's putting a lot of extra stuff onto staffing here. When we start inviting this kind of agencies and things, I could get me wrong, maybe y'all do have the time to do this and y'all want to do it. But I just feel like it's the individual's responsibility.
I totally agree. And I do think there's a happy medium between all the hand holding Dr. Hanlon laid out and what our board staff would do, which is, like Cassie made a great point, that the ISC panel will make a recommendation and they'll put some goalposts to put some parameters, but we're not hand holding anyone.
Right.
If it's your license and if you don't go to the remediation program, then you're gonna, be on a probated suspension or suspended or.
Yeah, I'm all for, being, and the fact that even, again, I wonder if we're seeing these repeat individuals. Obviously there's an issue there. Usually after the first time, you're going to remediate, you're going to get it, you're going to be fine. But if there's someone out there that's repeatedly doing, that's a competency issue. That person doesn't need to be out there. So I just feel like, for staffing, for these kind of individuals that we're going to constantly getting these requests, I don't think that's what, sure, they can tell you this is who we are, put us on your list. But again, I do have an issue if they don't have the correct people providing these educational courses or clinical courses.
I agree with what you're talking about. Let's put it on the agenda. We'll have our guru it'll be an evolving update. Maybe we've had a couple people, we've had 2 people do remediation programs. It's been successful. They've been able to do it in the time limit that we had stated, or here's a new program that's coming up. So, Dr. Yu.
In terms of this particular situation, the letter I know was signed by JD, but the actual the actual monitoring was done by a dentist.
Right.
So even though the summary was by the JD, they used the data from the dentist that was monitoring.
Terrific.
And these groups, just so everybody knows, we don't solicit them to come, they solicit
They
us.
solicit us.
Yeah, and I usually try to do, right, absolutely. And I usually try to do at least a cursory review of what they offer to see if it's even worth bringing to the chair's attention. And if it is something that and sometimes we learn, what other states are doing, and that's helpful, even if it's just educational during the commercial, So, but obviously it's always at the chair's discretion on who comes to speak. Can I please get the last point you made about putting this topic on the next agenda? Can you kind of verbalize what you're looking for?
Guru, do you want to give a very specific, just remediation?
You just want me to give you a,
Just
keep doing
an assessment of
research and.
remediation programs.
Gotcha, thank you, that's what I mean.
And just that the programs are being provided by the appropriate individual specialist or generalist or whatever, not just.
It'll be evolved.
I just have that concern if this JD is the one that's telling the person or.
I wouldn't think so. I
being
think it would
trained,
be
but that's what it
dentist.
sounded like.
I think it's
Corrected.
just what they're expecting to be in a report and
Right.
relying on the
Information.
expertise.
Terrific.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
I have no further announcements. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Make the motion to adjourn.
Dr. Melcher makes the motion. Dr. Maldonado seconds that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, committee members, for your time and attention.
Thank you so much.
The time is.
Yes, time, please.
2:00.
Good afternoon. The May 12th, 2022 Anesthesia Committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is now come to order. The time is 2:10 p.m. If you're listening on a remote device, do we have anybody on the committee that's on remote? I think we're all here present.
You're all here.
So we're going to bypass that. I'm going to make an announcement to read the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public and health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. Ms. Nichols, would you please call roll to verify quorum?
Yes, sir. Dr. Brian Henderson.
Present.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Present.
Dr. George Kirsch.
Present.
Dr. Linda Burke.
Present.
Ms. Lori Jones.
Present.
And Dr. David Yu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Thank you, committee members, for participating in today's meeting. On agenda item 3, the committee recommendation and possible action for exception to board rules for 2022-Q4 DDS1. Is Lee available on?
Is
Lee, great. Would you like to lead this discussion, please, on this request?
Yes, sir. So the dentist in question submitted an application for level 3 moderate parental sedation in February. She took a course at Sunnybrook Health Science Center in Toronto, Canada in 2011. It was a GPR program. So when I verified through ADA Commission on Dental Accreditation to see if this course provider was actually endorsed or approved, it wasn't that the provider wasn't endorsed or approved. It was the fact that the course wasn't. The GPR or general practice residency course itself was not approved. So, and I emailed and talked to my point of contact at CODA, and they emailed back stating that it's the GPR program itself that was not approved. So that's why we're here today to see what the dentist asked if her application could go before the committee for special considerations. The dentist in question will not be, she would not be available to talk to this request.
Lee, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
She did a pros exam or a pros course here in the United States. Do you know if she did any anesthesia with that course?
No, sir. She did not bring that forward at all.
Okay. Thank you.
And our discussion and emails back and forth, that was never said.
Okay.
Any other committee members have any questions for Mr. Lana? So Lee, this is Brian Henderson. I have a simple question for you. Do you know, is this current licensee practicing in the state of Texas already? And do they have any other anesthesia permits they're asking or have?
So, her address is in Kirkland, Washington. That's her mailing address. Her work address that she gave us would be Louisville, Texas. So in the emails and conversation back and forth, I don't remember her saying either way if she had other licenses in other states at all, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kirsch.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to deny exception to board rules.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor to deny the exception to board rules for 2022-Q4 DDS1 made by Dr. Kirsch. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dr. Burke, there's a second. Any discussion, committee members?
So I just wanted to clarify,
Ms. Jones.
she's taking a new course right now? According to
Lee,
yes, ma'am, she is. And that's why she could not be present even on a video conference, because today and tomorrow is the course. I must admit, I don't know what course and where. She never gave me that information, but she just stated that she would be taking a new level 3 moderate parental course.
So then this would be a moot point after.
Maybe. We don't know what she's taking.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. McNeil.
Based on the lack of CODA approval of her training in disciplinary review, we just kind of had a general discussion about how our other rules kind of do rely on CODA approval, and certainly our rules with respect to this sort of come to effect in that case. So I think it makes sense to deny this special request.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McNeil. Dr. Yu.
So the Sunnybrook Health Center in Toronto, is that where she's from? That school is CODA approved, but not the GPR.
Exactly.
So,
Yes, sir.
And usually CODA does approve, like in the US, they'll approve residencies and, individually, right?
Correct. And there is on the website, there is a portion that you can go into for Canada, and you can see the courses that they have listed there. It's a little bit different, but this one is not listed in there under Sunnybrook. And I also got confirmation from CODA that it's the GPR, and I believe it's in the packet that y'all received, that I have the email from my point of contact stating the GPR program itself is not approved.
So is this like a one-off generally, like if she did pros at that same, dental school, do you think that would be CODA approved, or is it? I'm just wondering how prevalent this could be.
I don't have an answer for that, sir. I really don't. I didn't look at one off or that piece of it. I know that there are other courses there, definitely, but not this one. The letter is very specific. It said it was in the GPR program there at Sunnybrook. It didn't give any other allusion to anything else.
Dr. McNeil.
And being from Toronto or Greater Toronto area myself, here it comes.
Here it comes.
So this is a prominent hospital, but once again, the program itself is not accredited, and so I don't think it makes sense to move forward based on that.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Committee members, any other questions? No further discussion. We have a motion to deny. Roll call. Dr. Burke.
4.
Ms. Jones.
4.
Dr. McNeil. 4. Dr. Henderson. 4. Dr. Kirsch. 4. Dr. Yu.
4.
4. Thank you, committee. Passes unanimously to deny the request for exception to board rule for 2022-Q4 DDS1. Next on our agenda is committee recommendation possible action for 22 Texas Administration Code 110.5 on moderate sedation. Ms. Studdard, would you please lead the discussion?
Yeah, so the board rule 110.5 is in your materials, so you can reference it. There's been some confusion about how to interpret subsection A to C pertaining to the education and professional requirements for obtaining a level 3 moderate sedation permit for parental administration. The subsection says the dentist can obtain a permit if the dentist completes an internship or residency that included IB moderate sedation training equivalent to that defined in this subsection. It's staff's understanding that the phrase equivalent to that defined in this subsection refers to both subsections A2A and A2B. In other words, the internship or residency must follow the same educational requirements of an ADA CODA approved educational program as stated in A2B, or the criteria defined for a comprehensive course as stated in A2A, since both are definitions for an acceptable training in the subsection. So board staff is just seeking guidance on whether this interpretation is correct and whether we need to maybe talk about amending the rule to make it more clear.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard. I'm going to charge the committee for any discussion regarding this topic.
Dr. Henderson, can I ask for clarification, just so I understand what was said there? Basically, we want to make sure that A to C, if we're going to follow the C component, which is completion of an internship or residency, that internship or residency completes the necessary items above that in 2A or B. Is that what we're saying?
Right, correct.
Okay.
Ms. Jones.
So would it be just to clarify, would it be not 2A and B, but it could be either to 2A or to 2B?
And quite. For that item to see the internship or residency. If I look at 2B, satisfactory completion of an advanced education program accredited by ADA/CODA. That is most internships or residencies in line item C, is it not? Or are we dealing with the issue here that B says they have to complete the program versus 2C just, well, I guess both of it's completion.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably defer this to council, but I would believe that 2C
So is the issue
more of a grandfathering statement?
Is the
It's only
issue
allowed at
for oral surgeons who don't complete the residency program, but they want to get
Right,
IV
well, if they-
sedation? Is that
Yeah,
what we're
so if they
getting to?
don't- Like, if they didn't go to an ADA CODA approved residency or internship program, can they satisfy our rule requirement by going to subsection A, by completing a comprehensive training program? That's equivalent to the ADA guidelines for teaching pain control and sedation to dentists.
All these A, B, and C talk about completion. And so if you don't complete a residency, for instance, like say you don't complete a GPR, would a program director still sign off and say you've gotten the 60 hours didactic in 20 patients? If you didn't complete a 6-year OMS program and you've done your anesthesia time, but you quit prior to your chief year, you didn't satisfactorily, it's a Canadian word maybe, you didn't complete. And is that the issue here?
Lauren, I might could add something to this. So we've had it in the past where an individual, it just happened to be an OMS residency that did not complete it and was trying to get the permits based on, he had all the training, it happened to be a he had all the training, but he didn't complete the program. So he was trying to say that he met the requirement, which to get a level 4, which did not. So it ended up as it, and I don't know if y'all remember it, but I believe it also came to committee back then at some point, but it landed to where he could go up to level 3, moderate parental, as long as the program director would sign a letter or give a letter to us stating that he had met all the requirements for moderate parental. And that did happen. That actually, after the dust settled, that did happen. So that part did work. I think part of the question here is whether the C should have ADA approved, or does it mean that it needs to, the internship or residency needs to be an ADA or CODA approved program, which our dentist prior that we talked about, that was one of the questions because of the language and the sentence was confusing to them.
Thank you, Lee, for that clarification. Yes, I know of oral surgery residents that have dropped out of programs and have gotten their general anesthesia permit that are practicing in Texas. I know that has been done before y'all's back in the old days, is what we call it, mature people. And I'm sure some of that language is part of the reason why this whole chapter needs to be rewritten. I'm not here to pick on it. When someone brought it up to the agenda, it's just talking about moderate sedation. It talks about if you're doing enteral sedation, it's 10 cases. And really the ADA guidelines for moderate sedation, whether it's oral or parental, is the same 60 hours and 20 patients. We have it carved out for the enteral moderate sedation for less education than what is standard in the ADA. So everybody's talking about the ADA guideline. I'm going to tell you, you could get into a splitting hairs just because we got enough about the ADA guidelines. The ADA guidelines, they're not what it is in section A. So you want guidance. If we're going to talk about the ADA guideline, A doesn't even apply anymore. Well, it's the same as parental. And that's part of the reason why this whole chapter is somewhat antiquated. And so if agency is having problems issuing anesthesia permit, I think the committee needs to think about how are we gonna move forward with this? I know we've got a lot on our plate with other things, but I didn't bring this. Just for the record.
We knew what it was gonna lead to.
Yes, Dr. Yu.
Well, to Dr. McNeil's point, this is completion. So a partial completion to me doesn't seem like completion. Even if they have the requirements met.
So if you look at A, it's satisfactory completion of a comprehensive training program that's consistent with the enteral sedation permit of the ADA guidelines. We go on and say it's 10, but the ADA guidelines don't say that for enteral. So right there, how do we advise the agency on what we want? Are we wanting to take out the ADA guidelines for enteral sedation on a moderate level educational and keep it for the parenteral? Or are we going to follow the ADA guidelines and then that other language doesn't even really need to be in there? That's just on section A. Because as you know, we continue to say the AAPD guidelines, as you see, get in here down lower in the rule. When we start talking children, the AAPD guidelines say if you're giving more than 50% nitrous, you're doing moderate sedation. You have to have a moderate sedation permit on children. So if this whole chapter gets brought back up, a lot of these are the discussions and the debates on if it's something that's simple and someone's applying and we want to direct lead on an individual basis like we're doing right here, we can table this until we're ready to take it up as a committee. So I'm not sure what agency is wanting us to do.
Okay, I guess I did bring it up because of this application that's on the agenda, and Lee had some questions about it, and that's when I looked at the rule and it's not super clear. But Lee, does that make it more clear for discussion, or did you have any questions?
I don't have any more questions, and I do know that ADA guidelines are for moderate parental and moderate enteral. It's really the same. I know that. I guess this stuff was created many years ago where it broke it out separately. I'm thinking, if I'm remembering correctly, based on what I've seen in some of the research, I think it was around 2011, 2013-ish was some of this stuff. So I understood the part of it. I get it, especially at the end where it talks about subsection. I understand that the program needs to be CODA approved, and that was one of the questions. Well, I see right here that it says internship or residency, but it doesn't, in that sentence, it doesn't have CODA approved. And so that was one of the little ways of trying to get around the fact that the Sunnybrook GPR program was not CODA approved. Well, the word or the last part of that sentence is what takes you back up to where you need the CODA approved piece of it. But that was hard to drive home to an individual that did not understand that. So.
And I can give a little bit of the history the committee would like, or Lee, if you would like. And again, this is only speaking as an old person that lived through this. So some of this may be not exactly factual. Imagine that. But
I'll make a motion not to hear that.
Second.
All in favor?
We had oral sedation that was conscious, and we had IV sedation that was conscious. Then we had general anesthesia sedation. And when the ASA converted that to minimal, moderate, and deep in general anesthesia, the Texas dentists that were doing lots of oral sedation didn't want it necessarily. They were doing it 1 drug, 2 drug. Some people were doing more moderate, some doing more minimal. And so that's how come it got mixed in, because it's one of the states that recognizes moderate enteral sedation as a different anesthesia permit than moderate parenteral. And modern thinking is, it's the same level of anesthetic and not the route that got you there. So the risk of death and complications should be the same, whether you're doing oral or IV. Now, that's not the way our rules have been. They fought that war. This is what came out of the war when that was brought up 14 years ago. And that's why you see a little bit of nuances that are different than what the ADA guidelines are. You know, anesthesia is a real sensitive thing in the state of Texas, and dentists want the right to sedate patients. The code of educational language started coming in because there was, other than oral surgery residencies, there was no code of educational programs for dentists. Dentists like me trained in medical school. So code had nothing to do with a medical school. So the old guys, they didn't care, it was a time. And so if you look back in the old days, you had to do 3 months of general anesthesia and you got your anesthesia permit because that was what was standard for oral surgery. And anybody who spent 3 months in a hospital, they could get their general anesthesia permit. And that's when I graduated from school. Now we've evolved in a lot of rules and a lot of changes since then.
What year was that? 1950?
Yeah, 1901.
No, 1901, okay.
And, you know, a lot of things have changed with that as far as regulating requirements and educational and parameters of monitoring. But this all goes back. And then we started recognizing anesthesia programs by code. And so when that happened, they put that language in. Because we had now recognized, we didn't want the guy that spent 2 months at this hospital and 2 months at this hospital and 2 months at this hospital to get their, at the time, 1 year training. So they went to 3 different hospitals for their year time, and there was no organized educational process when there was actually a program that was code approved. So then you started seeing the code approved language pop up in the rules. That's the historical experience. Yes, Dr. McGee.
So do we get to where we need by adding in that on A to C after internship or residency accredited by the ADA/CODA, which includes intravenous moderate sedation training equivalent, blah, blah, blah. Does that get Lee the ability to do what he needs if we change that rule with that modification?
Can I ask Lee a question, Dr. Henderson, that might be instructive on this? Lee, do you have the ability to evaluate a program that's not CODA approved for meeting the requirements of either 2A or 2B? So do you have the ability to take a look at something that's not CODA approved and say, okay, it meets either the guidelines or the same thing that's taught in a CODA approved facility? I think that's really the question that we need to answer.
So with, if I had somebody that did not meet a CODA approved, then I would be looking at the denial piece of it. And then if they wanted to bring it before the committee, much like what happened today, that would be the next step for them. So that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it's not really an effective way for us as staff to evaluate a program that doesn't have that CODA designation or approval or related to the ADA guidelines or anything like that.
So I don't have the means
okay.
to do that.
Okay.
And that's why we would say no and then bring them here, or not say no and bring their.
That was my question.
I have a question for Leah as well. So do you approve any under 2A?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there is a mechanism to verify that 2A works.
Yes. So all enteral or parental programs that come forward are courses. If they're giving me a certificate, the certificate needs to describe their program and describe their training. So they need to meet that minimum requirement right there, the 60 hours or 20 patients or 24 hours and 10 patients. They have to meet it depending on which one they're going with, the enteral or parental. And so they have to stand behind that piece of it in the letter. And whether it's, I call it an alternative program, I know that may be not the correct language, but an alternative program, something like Dent, Dr. Camfield's or something like that, are in a course that is in a school itself, like UT or A&M, they all provide a letter that meets that. Now, sometimes their language or their numbers, their hours, their number of patients far exceed that piece of it, right? And they put that piece in there. But some of them just meet the minimal requirements depending on what kind of course it is that is out there. I hope that helps with the question that was asked.
It does. Thank you.
So this is just my personal opinion. The way education and anesthesia is going on in dentistry right now, people that are teaching it are teaching the ADA guidelines. Otherwise, most states are following that. So we have guys that are applying for enteral sedation that have met the parental and could ask for the parental that also includes the enteral. We might have someone who teaches in Texas an enteral course that meets our guidelines, but they're not going to meet the ADA guidelines. They're meeting our rules, but not going to be good enough. And so that might be the sedent or the Canfield course that Lee's alluding to.
Right. And those would be approved by PACE or what have you as one of the endorsements.
And so I really think the educational process should be CODA-based or some kind of certification-based, and not just Brian Henderson in his garage teaching a few oral sedations to a couple of guys that want to come get a permit to do that. So I would encourage the committee to say, hey, look, we want our because most of the guys teach, there aren't many courses available for outside of dental. I know most of the instructors that do teach these courses, and many of them get into a question, is it a CODA approved course? But if we could get that, that's what I would vote for. Yes, Ms. Jones.
I feel like C, since it's kind of confusing and muddying the waters, I feel like we encompass C in both A and B. So you wouldn't need C at all, because if someone's going to a CODA program, or they're going through a residency, right? They don't finish it, but they've received the comprehensive training inside that program. Can't they submit the documentation showing this, that they met that? And then they would fall under A and not necessarily B. So then C would not be needed.
Where this, and again, this is probably more for research. Let's just choose pediatric dentistry as a residency. There's some pediatric residencies that get really good anesthesia. There's others get an exposure, but the way the rules would, and anybody who went to a pediatric program who had exposure, who had time, could get it, because that's a separate bill.
Right.
You're gonna, and you'll find Lee probably can answer this question. Many times when someone asks for a permit, we want to know how many hours and how many patients, whether it's nitrous, whether it's oral sedation, that they clarify from the person who's doing it. And some program directors are willing to sign it, and some programs are willing to say, we don't keep records of it. We don't know. So
Dr. Henderson, that was when I first started 5 years ago. That was a huge, not huge, but it was a little bit more prominent. Now it's not. All the course providers that are out there, to include the universities, whatever, they all put it in writing without any balk whatsoever. You have the alternative programs that'll put who they're, if they're SERP approved or what have you. And then you have the ones that'll fall under the CODA approval as well, like the universities and whatnot, the residency programs. And all of that language will be on what said document that is supplied and it's signed and some letterhead and all that kind of stuff that's supplied for the applications themselves.
A question for Dr. Burke. As a pediatric dentist, are there a lot of pediatric dentistry programs that are CODA approved that they don't get the minimum sedation requirements per the ADA guidelines?
Well, I mean, I trained in San Antonio, and so we sedated almost every day, 5 days a week. And so I was going to say C actually just probably simplifies it for the candidate or the applicant, because it's so much easier to just, when you're applying, say, okay, I've completed my pediatric dentistry residency, and hopefully if it's CODA approved or accredited and a decent program, you know you're going to meet those specifications. But yes, I would say the majority do. I mean, that's heavy what pediatric residencies focus on.
Are there a lot of non-CODA approved pediatric dentistry programs in the United States?
That I don't know. That I don't know.
That's an excellent question. That's kind of where I was going with this. Where you just put the word any completion of an internship or recognized by CODA, and then boom, you don't have to be splitting hairs about it.
So what I hear you say is that comment that I made, that I can make a motion of the addition in A to C, satisfactory completion of an internship or residency accredited by the ADA/CODA is the addition.
I don't think you ever made that motion. to
No, I
clarify.
didn't. So I'm making it now.
Okay. Okay.
Which included intravenous moderate sedation. Were you guys able to get that? Basically just mirroring the language that is in A and B. So I'm making that motion.
I know, it's a.
It's motion by Dr. McNeil. Is there a second?
Is there a
Dr.
second?
McNeil, can I add something just because of what was said a while ago? So in the application process, and it's included in Versa or in our staging area, every course now that comes through that is saying that they're CODA approved is reviewed and looked at on the web, or researched on the web, the CODA website, to verify that they are in fact a part of that or approved. That is why the one for Sunnybrook popped up saying that it wasn't. It was the research that went through because it wasn't there and what have you. So we went through those steps. So all of them are looked at for that particular information, are reviewed before they're approved. And then there's the other ones that are alternative programs, which have the CERP or what have you approval. So.
Thank you.
Do I need a second it to discuss it?
Robert's rules.
Okay, so second, and then can I discuss?
You seconded Dr. McNeil's and discussion. Ms. Jones.
Thank you. So I guess I would like clarification on the way I read it. 2B, the advanced education program, would include an internship or residency that's in 2C. So I feel like we're being redundant even by adding it or whatever. I think we should just kind of strike 2C versus adding another line item that says the same thing as 2B.
So you're speaking against the motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other committee member discussion? William, Dr. Yu.
I would agree with that.
Lori?
You know, our board rules are already, we only recognize CODA approved residencies. And, you know, Ms. Remediate Guru, you know, also agrees.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Hey, Lauren.
Yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in 110.3, 110.4, 110.6, this language is not in there. It's only in this one for moderate and parental, that one statement, that one line. Whereas the other ones pretty much stand alone, much like what was just said of not having it in there.
Thank you, Lee. Ms. Jones.
I make a motion to strike C.
There's a motion to strike C on 110.
I'll second that.
5, seconded by Dr. Kears. Ms. Jones made the motion, seconded by Dr. Kears.
We didn't have to vote on yours. since you-
Discussion, we went through it. It was kind of recognized.
Okay, okay.
I was hoping this was just going to be discussion, not rule.
Right.
So anyway, we got a second discussion on Ms. Jones's motion. So my discussion is, I think we shouldn't do any rulemaking because this has been this way for a long time. We can give guidance, and when we're ready to clean the entire chapter, as Lee pointed out, in 110.2, 110.3, where there is no language, all this is doing is opening a chapter, making some wordsmithing. It's really not changing anything. That this whole chapter needs to be congruent and fluid. And I would speak against any modification, any rule, because we're gonna have to spend the time to post it. Come back when really, then it's gonna show at the bottom of the rule, we amended it, and it's really still gonna be in conflict with other rules. Why didn't we correct it when we opened it and appended it?
I agree with
So I speak against this until we're ready to do the whole chapter.
You want to withdraw your motion?
Perfect. Ms. Jones, I'll talk to you.
From a legal standpoint, having C in existence, does that confuse? I think that's the point of this. It's not-
It is confusing, yes.
Is if it doesn't say quote approved, you can say any residency that has, right?
I think this discussion has helped, and I think it does make it more clear that it does have to be
So
ADA.
can we just have an
approved.
internal agreement that, I mean, there's conflict there, that we only recognize quote approved residencies, but this doesn't say court approved. So it's an internal, decision.
It refers to it when it says as defined in this subsection. So if you go back up above the A and B, it does say ADA and CODA.
Just want to make it clear, because I'm concerned that licensees may go, hey, I don't need court approval. It doesn't say it.
Can I ask a question, Lee? Lee, how often is this confusion still happening? I mean, this is the first request for exception we've seen in a good while. So I'm wondering how confused are people really?
So it doesn't happen that often, not at all. Not very often at all. And I'm usually able to talk them through it to help them understand that part of it. So not that often, no.
So then that's really what my point was. Here was a person that brought this discussion to the board who wanted an exception, but is taking the course currently, today, to meet the guidelines that we would expect as a committee that meets the educational qualification, whether her prior program or his program met.
Yeah.
It was, we want it here in CODA, and this is what we want. And they obviously listened to Lee, or they decided, you know what, they're probably not gonna get it through the anesthesia committee. And we took the course. I don't know what made them go take it. So I really think this could be a continued problem, but I appreciate everybody recognizing that we need to work on this chapter. But I'm happy to take any other motions. Any other further discussion, Ms. Sutter? Do you think you have guidance for Lee?
Yeah, I think we're more clear now, yes.
Okay, thank you, committee. Good work. The next thing on our agenda is to discuss the report for the anesthesia committee on dental anesthesia. And they had a meeting, and it's all in your packet. Hopefully you've had a chance to read it. And Ms. Dutter, would you please lead the discussion?
Yeah, so I'll just introduce it. The Advisory Committee on Dental Anesthesia met on March 4th of this year to review investigation cases which involved a sedation or anesthesia related death or incident. The cases that they reviewed represent cases closed in fiscal years 2020 and 2021. The committee's report is in your materials. It's also posted on the board's public website. And the report includes the trends the committee identified after reviewing the cases and the committee's recommendation to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Dutter. Just point of information, I'd like to have the committee do a little discussion, but as far as we have on here, do we need to make a motion to adopt? Because really this committee has been submitted, so we really don't need to have that on. I don't think so.
No, there's,
no,
yeah, no.
We're just discussing. the
discussing,
report.
yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was my interpretation as well. So committee members, do anybody have any comments or thoughts about the report? Dr. McNeil.
Didn't want to go first, but
Why not?
well, I appreciate the committee for doing their work. It provides us information. I think as I read it, some of the challenges that exist there is that we have a high-risk anesthesia permit available, and we seem to have an issue that the patients are actually high risk, the practitioner's not appreciating their high risk, the practitioner doesn't have a high-risk permit. And in order to be educated about high-risk patients, you take an educational program and certification of a type to get that permit. So you've got people that aren't following the rules, and there seems to be negative patient outcomes associated with that. We have the issue again where we have a length of procedure, I believe is stated, and we don't have a good goalpost there that kind of says what that is. Is that an hour and a half? Is that a 4-hour time period? So it makes it a little bit difficult for us to, or at least for me to look at that information and figure out what's actionable. In disciplinary review, our prior meeting here, we had talked about trying to be preventative and proactive on certain things. And if we don't have a time sense of what is a long procedure, then it's hard to get that information out there to our licensees to help with public safety. So that's kind of, as I see it, I know there's a push to not have identifying details out there, but it just didn't provide me with as much detail as I would need.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Any other committee members? Ms. Jones?
I just had a point of clarification. There's recommendations that they put into this report. What happens with that, or where being new, I'm not sure.
It's up to the committee whether they're,
We act on it.
yeah, whether they should be acted on or whether there should be any rule changes. I mean,
Yeah, they give you suggestions and based on whatever. It's something they submitted to us. Impartial. Dr. Burke.
I do have a comment. Also along the lines of their recommendations, I didn't know if we could look at more closely. They're recommending that we possibly, am I understanding that correctly, remove our preoperative nitrous oxide checklist because they don't see it's helpful at all. I tend to agree with that, but I just wouldn't mind if we discuss that. or talk
As a
little
general
bit.
dentist, I agree with that. I was going to bring that up since you brought it up.
Yeah, this is the second time they've made that
Oh,
recommendation.
yeah, and I'm gonna talk to that too, but. Dr. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah.
We're
just talking
I didn't want to skip.
No, because we're just talking about, because I think it's in statute.
It is.
The
It is.
nitrous
So that's what I was gonna.
I think if I can clarify, the committee was saying, like, obviously we understand you have to have this checklist by statute, but because it's, and I don't mean only, but because it's only nitrous.
Yeah.
Should it be less cumbersome than your 1 through 4? Right, and so that's what, and I believe I've looked at this before, I don't want to misspeak, but I do believe it's a vague requirement in statute only to have a preoperative evaluation, so I think it may be on the table that it's something if you all wanted to take up. The requirements could be less, but I don't want to misspeak.
You look into that and put it on your next agenda.
We can, I mean, we can talk about it here. I mean, we've got new committee members that weren't here when we did that by statute. We had to, put any permit requires a preoperative checklist. We can remove nitrous from permitting. We talked about that and just give it, let every dentist who wants to do and not control educational criteria, which is way beyond the ADA guidelines. Otherwise, we're going to have to continue a permit. So I'll give you a little history of why that is. But I find it interesting that 8 of the 54 cases involve nitrous alone, and they want to remove the checklist. Really? What is the purpose of a checklist? That most of you feel like, well, it's cumbersome, it's monotonous. It doesn't. A checklist is not to prevent an emergency from happening, but identify what you need to do when one does occur, because you've got your patient information. And we have 8 of the 54 cases that involve nitrous only. I find it interesting that the committee even suggested removing something that is making hopefully something safer and better to remove.
Or may not necessarily remove it, but just make it more clear in the rule that the nitrous checklist has less onerous requirements compared to the other checklists.
So it's the same currently, and it consists of 8 of the deaths or morbidities we're talking about. So we're gonna make it easier for more people to die with nitrous? I don't know, I'm just speaking. If the standard is this for general anesthesia and nitrous oxide is also a general anesthetic, if there were no nitrous, I would totally agree. I would say we have the data to say, let's bring that up. But yes.
Food for thought. If we streamline the checklist or made it a little less onerous, more comprehensive, would people be more apt to use it in a more functional way?
Committee members, we all have anesthesia permits in here. Except Mr. Jones. How onerous is your personal checklist that you create now? I will say that I've seen some from organized dentistry that is a little bit overbearing.
It takes me over 10 minutes.
Yep.
Before I start mine.
I'm gonna tell you, my checklist takes me 35 seconds to complete.
Really? Mine's got a bunch of questions, and I sit there and I ask questions, and I write it down. Well, not anymore, but I did.
So how onerous is that checklist?
To your point, same amount of my time, staff are certainly doing part of that, and then I'm verifying things are on there. So from a efficiency standpoint, not a huge deal. I too have seen one through various forms of organized dentistry that have, specific reference to rules, and I think legal were heavily involved in generation, not our legal, but perhaps their legal. And it doesn't make it functional. The more lists you have on a checklist, the more challenges can occur there. I agree with exactly what you're saying as far as we had negative outcomes associated with nitrous. We had more with just local anesthetic.
Exactly.
And
we had no checklist.
And we had no checklist. A checklist can be a big deal, even from a simple perspective of doing a timeout to ensuring the right procedure is being done. I don't see items. I know we went round and round with anesthesia a long time ago. What doesn't need to be on there? And I'm not sure that I look at it and say we can easily remove some factors.
I agree.
Can I give y'all some information as well as what I'm seeing on my end? So even, this came out, or this checklist went effective in, I think, 2019. And going through the inspections and stuff like that, I realized that we only see levels 2, 3s, and 4s for the inspections. But in the beginning, many people didn't even know it existed. And so a lot of education has happened since then. And then it was, I didn't know I needed to do it for nitrous or level 1 because the checklist would be labeled for level 2, 3, or whatever it is. And they're still seeing the other patients as well, but they weren't doing it for them. Not that it was something that we were inspecting, but it was something that we saw. We'd say, well, hey, your checklist says this. Are you also seeing the other ones? Do you realize that the rule is also for nitrous and level 1? Oh, no, it wasn't. And so that was part of the educational piece of it. Today, we are still seeing maybe 3 a month when we inspect that do not even have a checklist that exists according to the rule itself. Now, is some of the information splattered throughout the sedation record? Yes, it is. Is it missing stuff? Yes, it is. I get people that are applying for nitrous or level 1 that don't even realize that they need that checklist or use it. Or I get individuals that are older, Dr. Henderson, I'm sorry, that have been around, that have done this for a while, and they may only have nitrous and level 1, and they don't do it. And they'll say that, I don't think I should need to have to do that, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I'm not inspecting you or anything, but realize the rule is there. It's for all of it. It's for all of you categories to use. So the education is still happening, still from 2019 on this preoperative sedation checklist. So just a little stuff that I'm seeing on my side. Anyway, little information.
Thank you, Lee. I'm sure at my age, I forgot I had to do a checklist too. But I think most of the schools and the graduates in Texas education, they are aware of that and they're being taught. We get outside of Texas and some graduates, they probably don't know that because a lot of places don't have that education. And that's why it's so important for them to be up to speed on our rules and take jurisprudence. The other thing we can continue and talk about, I wanted to talk about the checklist. And Dr. McNeil, you made an excellent point about the high risk and the adverse effects that they put in as far as the trends. They're basically the same thing. They don't have high risk providers. They don't have the permit. They don't have the education, but yet they can't identify what a patient is that is high risk. And I find it interesting. And maybe it's something we need to do as a board member when we have an ISC. A lot of times the DRP will say they miscategorize this person from a 2 to a 3 to a 2, and it's really a 3. And there's really no discussion. There's never any kind of disciplinary issue with that. But if anesthesia is involved, and these are the cases that are the highest morbidity, mortality, maybe we either need to start taking that into consideration for disciplinary issues, or are these licensees intentionally changing the ASA classification because they don't have the high risk? So, Dr. McNeil.
And an item like that may fit into our discussion from disciplinary review about trying to be preventative and proactive. And I believe in the newsletter, we had an article about ASA classifications, kind of to talk about high-risk patients. And I know that because I think I wrote that article. But once again, we still don't have good metrics on it. See my name, and I'm like, yeah, not reading that. But that may be an area from disciplinary that we look at, because once again, it's an interesting dilemma where high-risk patients are being treated. They're supposed to be only treated by those who have additional education. But then if you don't get the additional education, you may not realize the importance of treating or not treating that patient. Chicken egg situation. Sure.
Ms. Camp has a question. Ms. Camp.
Related to this, we were talking about ISCs. I would say I agree with you. Like, we're seeing that information more from a legal perspective, though. If it's not clearly stated in the DRT report, there's not a whole lot that we can do about alleging it that would then make it to this committee for consideration. This is another reason why your all's feedback as board members and as practitioners is really helpful for Dr. Bell. And Dr. Bell, if you want to speak up too, please feel free to jump in. But if they're, and I also know that Dr. Bell is working on kind of revising some things, and she can give direction to her reviewers to pay attention to that sort of a thing. But if we can help them, help us, we can then in turn help the Anesthesia Advisory Committee, because that information is in the DRP report that they can then discuss.
So, and Dr. McNeil probably going to agree with me, but committee members, when you look at an ASA classification, it's not black and white. There are a lot of people that might say someone's a 3, but yet they're a 2 or a 2. I mean, one's really pretty clear. And then when you start getting beyond that, someone's experience is going to be a little harsher, easier, or ignorant of what really puts them into the next level. So, and there have been studies where they have anesthesiologists give them medical histories and give them ASA classifications, and they don't agree. So, it varies. I mean, that's what ASA stands for, right? So,
and to your point on that, there are some clear markers, obviously, with respect to cardiovascular disease, and if someone's had a stroke, and that's the details that we don't have from this committee, that they look at it and say, okay, we had the majority of these events were patients that had a history of cardiac disease. they were classified as an ASA2 inappropriately, and so they were managed by someone without a permit for high risk, and there was a negative outcome. That kind of information gets a little more actionable for us. Or same thing with history of stroke, and they, those ones, I would say those are clear delineation. Sometimes people miss the BMI in the patient's moderately obese. They call them an ASA1, but they're actually a 3, and they're sedating them. That can be an issue. Once again, those are the kind of details that we need. And I feel bad always kind of hammering away at this committee, because they are doing great work. And I think it's threading a needle to give us non-identified information. But every time I look at this report, I say there's more information that I need to make appropriate decisions.
Thank you. Dr. Yu.
I just think it's kind of, we have to really look at these reports and think really hard if we're going to make any legislative changes or rule changes, because in the end, it said overall adverse events occurred because providers used poor judgment and did not adhere to TSBDE rules. So you're kind of, if you're trying to make rules to the people that don't follow the rules, that's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
Yeah, so I think that's the concern, is that they followed, ideally, if everyone followed our rules, then maybe we might be in less trouble with these. But some people just don't, literally do use poor judgment in these cases.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
To go back to Dr. McNeil's point about the ASA classifications, it's been a minute since I've been to an ISC. That's not ever a separate charge, right? Or is it? If it can be, okay. So maybe that's something we should discuss.
So I'm pulling a case tomorrow
Okay.
at the board that is one of those issues.
Okay. So would the anesthesia committee like to make a recommendation that the disciplinary review committee discuss ASA classifications and what should happen to respondents if they're misclassified?
So I think that would be an option. To Dr. Yu's point, I agree. The people didn't follow the rules that currently exist. That's why we've got to look at other things. Okay, are there educational things we can do? I'm a huge proponent of clinical vignettes, and we get those through our own malpractice company, that they tell a story and it's de-identified, but it's a typical story. And here's what happened. And it's interesting to read from a dentist perspective, and you can learn a lot from something like that. As I look at what we can do from a proactive standpoint, that's what I like to see. Okay, patient comes in, they have a history of a heart attack 2 years ago. Person didn't have a high risk permit. This was kind of done, and then this was the negative outcome. And I think we could do it in a way to be educationally helpful and still kind of not identify patients directly. I think we just, education can be part of it, and figuring out how to be most effective with that, as opposed to additional rules like Dr. Yu had the concern about.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Dr. Bell, I believe I see a hand. Are you waiting?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak to this briefly, if that was okay. My fear is that to avoid having a high risk permit, everyone's an ASA2. So in order to have that high risk permit be meaningful, which as it should be, would it be overreaching to possibly work into those rules a little bit more detailed definition of the different ASA classes, and especially your hard lines? I mean, I know it can be gray, believe me, but the hard lines for cardiovascular disease and one other, obesity, or, certain hard lines that you have, I wonder if we could work that in, because until the penalty of calling someone a 2 that really is a 3 is worse than, having a bad outcome, I don't know that we're going to get full cooperation.
I'm going to ask Dr. McNeil, just because he's the real doctor here in the room. cardiovascular disease, does that mean someone who has plaques in their arteries? Is that someone hypertension? Does that mean someone that's in failure?
All the
Tell me
above.
what cardiovascular disease we're talking about.
So I think if you have a patient with a history of an MI, if you have a patient with a history of stroke, those are pretty clear delineations. Getting into BMI at a certain point to kick them up to an ASA3. You know, if we're looking at big, broad strokes, those are the three easy. Now, if you look at someone and say, okay, they've got coronary artery disease, they haven't had an MI, I'm still going to call that the history of heart disease, and I'm going to call that an ASA3. I think from a disciplinary review perspective, if we have a sense that people are under calling a patient an ASA2, treating them with sedation without a permit, then that is a significant deal.
That's a good point. You know, to me, when I read this report, the one thing that screamed at me that we're not tracking, I don't know if we can statutorily, is the repeat offender. How many licensees in all of the reports we have, do we see someone who has been there twice? And to me, that's the screaming, you know, we've got a lot of licensees. We have a lot of anesthetics that go on in Texas. Bad things happen with anesthesia, whether you're in the hospital or in the dental office. But when we identify the guy that's had one or two, since we've started tracking data, or maybe more, that one needs to be brought to our attention. And I don't know if, to my knowledge, we're not looking at repeat offenders.
Is this for the ACDA report? The answer is that will not be trackable because our committee is not given the outcomes from the DRP as far as what
But
happens. So we
I'm
can't-
talking about agencies. Can
Well,
we,
okay,
can we get
but
that
that's what I was
information? If they show up on this report on multiple years with bad outcomes,
That's a different question. Okay.
can we get that information so we can look at it and maybe pull records and see if we have a person who is chronically underdiagnosed in ASAs and having bad outcomes? Bad outlier, who's consistently bad. We might not catch it in ISC. It's self-reported, it got dismissed, but he's on this report.
The answer is
And just hearing what you say, you know, when we're at ISCs and we have the ability to see any priors, and I don't think it's a huge population out there where we have significant priors from an anesthesia perspective. I think there probably are some outliers, and then looking at how do you appropriately remediate those people. In disciplinary prior, we had lots of information about lots of remediation programs, and there's not a whole lot of that from an anesthesia perspective. It puts us in a bit of a challenge, but all of that information you're talking about for outliers makes sense to be aware of. And I don't know how we do that other than in an ISC being very mindful and hypervigilant of anesthesia issues. The one I'm pulling tomorrow is an anesthesia issue on a level 2 inspection.
So, you know, that's excellent point, but my point was, we'd only have that prior if there was a disciplinary issue. You're not going to get the prior as a dismissed case. But that person might have multiple cases in our death or morbidity track. So I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if it's an issue to look at or something to concern, but I'm always concerned about the guy that.
That's the problem with de-identified data.
We're right. But I'm also gonna speak a little bit. There's no other state that's releasing even the information we're giving. We are a groundbreaking releasing information that a lot of the states can't wait for this report to be released and posted on our website. because they use this data, as you know. So I know it's not what everything we want, but then again, we're also not writing research projects, and we have to be sensitive for the state and those licensees that have a patient involved. So that being said, anybody else have any comments about the report or any other further discussion? So we don't need a motion to adopt it. It's posted on our website. Want to make sure everybody knows you can find it under our website. Do we have any public announcements? Do we have any announcements? Seeing none, what's the next thing?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Dr. Pierce made a motion to adjourn. That's Dr. McNeil. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you, committee. It is 3:16 PM. Meeting adjourned.